Logan, experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Actually need to do is have a gap. So you have an initial like hard surface, hard metal surface that the micrometeorite hits. It then atomizes into a conical spray, like an atomic spray. So it's important to have that gap so that the micrometeorite. We have a little bit of engine damage. We've got a little bit of heat shield damage. There's like tweaks that are needed, but we're pretty close to achieving full and rapid reusability of the booster. The ship, I think we'll achieve reusability of the ship this year, and I think we'll achieve rapid reusability of the whole stack, ship and booster next year. This is the fundamental breakthrough required for life to become multiplanetary.
And what needs to improve in order to make it reusable? Like what's wrong with it right now?
On the ship side, the toughest problem is the heat shield. So no one has ever developed a fully reusable orbital heat shield, because when you come in orbital velocity, you come in like a flaming meteor, like you're just a raging on fire, and it's hard to have a heat shield that doesn't partially melt and get destroyed in that process. That wasn't a problem we were able to solve with Falcon 9. That's why the alpha stage burns up on reentry. With Starship, the ship portion, you got the booster and you got the ship. We're going to solve making a fully reusable orbital heat shield. The problem that has never been solved before. For a while there, I was like, I'm not sure this is solvable. At this point, I think it is solvable. It requires detailed iteration on the heat shield tiles. We've vertically integrated the manufacturing of the heat shield tiles because there was no supplier that could provide us with materials that we needed. So you need to make essentially this very fine vermicelli of glass and aluminum oxide fibers. Aluminum oxide is basically sapphire, so it's like glass and sapphire, very fine fibers in exactly the right geometry, with special coatings, in order to have this heat shield tile be reusable, like don't melt, but not be so brittle that it gets damaged on ascent or descent. Like it can't be, it's kind of like almost the brittleness of a coffee cup. And the rocket's shaking like hell. So you got this thing like you saw it firsthand. Like imagine you're at ground zero of that rocket, but you feel how much shaking it was when you're like 5 miles away. Imagine if you're right there. So you're shaking these things that are like as brittle as a coffee cup, trying not to have them crack or break, and then not have them melt. You've got several thousand of these things. And even a few of them break. It's not reusable.
So is there innovation that's being done in the materials technology at SpaceX where you're constantly trying to find and tweak a better version of this?
Yes. But it's a very difficult problem. It's a problem no one's ever solved. So you've got to get the exact right materials combination, the right molecules in the right shape, and then apply those with that heat shield perfectly to the rocket with no mistakes. There's a reason that no one solved this before. It's a very difficult problem. So, like I said, we had to vertically integrate the entire manufacturing of the tile from basic raw materials to finished tile. Build the entire supply chain from basic raw materials. So we're just inputting silicon and aluminum oxides.
And what is the difference between the way you guys do it versus the way they used to do it for the space shuttle?
Well, I mean, the space shuttle, like the space shuttle leading edge, used like quite dense carbon tiles. Like it was, they're like basically thick and heavy, but also subject to cracking. That's like what happens. The foam broke off when it hit the tile, cracked the tile. Then on entry, the tiles that had been cracked or broken were able to shield the shuttle, and so the plasma got in and melted the primary structure of the whole space shuttle broke apart.
Yeah.
So you can't have something that's as brittle, brittle like the space shuttle.
There's footage of that, right?
Yeah. And the rain debris over the whole United States. So
yeah.
They got almost all the pieces. The full technical explanation would I think be understood by about 6 people listening to this. There was a lot of brilliant engineering in space shuttle tiles, and a bunch of the heat shielding wasn't even tiles. It was actually silica blankets, like felt blankets essentially. If you look closely, you'll see it actually is. They're actually heat blankets, not tiles in some areas. But they would have cracked tiles, and they would have occasionally the tiles would fall off. There were a few close calls where tiles fell off, but they weren't in a super vulnerable position on the space shuttle. But it would take them several months, like 8-9 months, to refurbish a space shuttle between each flight. So it was not reusable, really, and it certainly wasn't rapid. So, like I said, very hard problem. You've got to have you've also got to sort of attach the tiles in a way that it enables the structure underneath to move, to expand and contract, even though you've got these very rigid tiles. So, like the tanks, which take on cryogenic propellant, will contract when you put in the cryogenic propellant, but then when you come in and you get very hot, they will expand. So you're expanding you're contracting and expanding the gap between these rigid tiles.
How much?
It varies depending on where you are on the vehicle. So if you're in the cryogenic tank section, like you can see like a 10-20% difference in the gap.
Really?
Pretty significant, yeah. It's enough that you can't just put all the tiles. You can't just jam the tiles together. If you put them, if you actually butted them up, they would all crack because there's too much movement. There's also some amount of body bending. So as the ship is like ascending, when the engines steer, there's a little bit of movement. And so if the tiles are too close together, they'll essentially just crack and snap.
Like
you have to have a gap.
Like how planes.
Yeah, like so plane wing will move. Yeah, plane body will move too.
Wow.
And so you have to have some gap, but if you have too much of a gap, then the heat gets to the gets past the tile and melts the structure.
Holy shit.
It's not a problem.
And how large are these tiles? That's it.
Well, they don't hold us exactly the same size, but yeah, we're sort of a hexagonal tile.
And they have to essentially be. You can't like 3D print the whole thing. You can't have one structure. It has to be tiles because it has to have that ability to move.
Well, there's no 3D printer that's. I mean, the biggest ones are like maybe 3 feet. You know, there's no. You can't 3D print it. And nor would you. You have to have something that can move.
Right.
It has to be able to flex. Like I said, you got expansion and contraction. You're really driving like you know you're putting in liquid oxygen, which is like minus 300 degrees Fahrenheit. Actually, we subcool it to minus 330 degrees Fahrenheit. So it's very cold, and then it will be several hundred degrees, maybe 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit potentially, in when on reentry. So you get this huge temperature swing. So the thermal expansion is substantial, and your thermal expansion and contraction combined with body bending. So you have to take the worst case, body bending and thermal expansion contraction. This is a very hard problem.
Yeah.
Delicate balance.
But you're confident that you guys are going to be able to crack it.
At this point, I'm confident that it is solvable.
It just needs a certain amount of versions of it. That's why when these things blow up, you're like, yeah, we expect them to blow up.
Yeah. What would be really helpful is for us to get the ship back, so we can study where we had cracked tiles and the lost tiles. Why did we have a crack or lost tiles? Was it because maybe the gap was too big, too small? Maybe there was a height difference between the tiles. Maybe we need to change the chemical composition. We just want. We can get the damn ship back intact. We can iterate a lot better. Which we will get it back intact. So I think we'll get it back intact this year. But that's why I think we'll probably recover the ship sometime this year, and then we might be able to refly one probably with a fair bit of work by the end of this year. But it's going to take us many iterations before we can achieve rapid reusability, where the ship comes back, lands, gets caught like the booster with the arms, and then the arms place it on top of the booster, and it launches again.
Whoa.
So, like I said, that's reduced cost of access to space by a factor of 100.
And what is the process of returning these people that are stuck in the space station?
Well, we send SpaceX Dragons to the space station all the time, and we've now taken people to orbit and back. We've taken over 50 people, over 50 astronauts.
So it's just a matter of doing it.
Yeah.
And is it a matter of waiting for the
we do it routinely, basically. We've been doing this for a few years.
So when is this rescue mission going to launch?
Yeah, probably about 4 weeks or so. It's depending on the weather and other considerations, but it's about a month away.
Well, that'll be, I'm sure, a welcome moment for those poor people that are stuck up there. So
yeah, like I said, it's a bit of a political football. Yeah. So they're not going to complain.
No, I'm sure
it's political football, but obviously we could have brought them back way sooner.
That's so fucked up. So let's take it past the point where you have these scales, you have a reusable ship.
Yeah.
You've got it dialed in. Then what are the steps? What's next step after that? Is it an unmanned voyage to Mars first?
Unmanned flight to Mars. The Earth and Mars orbit synchronize every 2 years, or every 26 months technically. So the next orbital synchronization is November of next year. So, and you can launch plus minus a month roughly. So we'd have to launch in November or December of next year. And so the default plan is to launch hopefully several starships to Mars at the end of next year.
And what would they be doing?
Well, at first we're just going to try to land on Mars and see if we succeed in landing. Do we succeed in landing? Like, let's say we were able to send 5 ships. Do all 5 land intact, or do we add some craters to Mars? If we add some craters, we've got to be a bit more cautious about sending people. And we need to. So we're going to make sure the thing lands safely.
How does it land on Mars?
With our rocket thrusters.
So it'll just land.
Oh, we'll add legs.
Okay.
Yeah,
It'll just land and have legs. So it'll be remote controlled from Earth. Or
no, just autonomous.
Autonomous, completely.
That Mars is you can't remote control things from Earth because Mars has too far speed of light. You have speed of light constraints. So Mars at closest approach is roughly 4 light minutes, and when it's on the other side of the sun, it's about 12 light minutes. So round trip would be like 40 minutes, best case, if Mars is on the other side of the sun.
So once you do that, then how long do you think before you start sending people up there?
Well, we're going to try to go as fast as possible. I think this is really a race against time. Can we make Mars self-sufficient before civilization has some sort of future fork in the road where there's either like a war, a nuclear war or something, or we get hit by a meteor, or simply civilization might just die with a whimper in adult diapers instead of with a bang. I think we can do this in, well, I don't know, at least I think we can do it within 15 Earth-Mars synchronization events, or so basically like 30-ish years. If we have an exponential increase if every year, if every 2 years we have like a major increase in the number of people and tonnage to Mars. Like I think as a rough approximation, we need about 1 million tons to Mars, maybe 1 million people, that kind of thing.
To actually have a civilization.
Yeah,
and would you terraform? Like, what would you do?
You would eventually terraform Mars. Most people would live in some kind of protected environment, like domes and underground and kind of thing. Terraforming would take too long. And we're at this point in time where, for the first time in the 4.5 billion year history of Earth, it is possible to extend consciousness beyond our home planet. And that window may be open for a long time, or it may be open for a short time. I hope it's open for a long time. But it might only be open for a short time. And we should just make sure that we extend the light of consciousness to Mars before some civilization either extinguishes or subsides. What needs to happen is that the technology level of Mars drops below, or technology level of Earth drops below what is necessary to send spaceships to Mars. So if there's some really destructive war, or like some natural cataclysm, or simply the birth rate is so low that we just, like I said, die in adult diapers with a whimper. That's one of the possible outcomes. For a lot of countries, they have it that way.
Japan is, right?
Japan,
Korea. Yeah.
I mean,
dangerously.
At current growth rates, in 3 generations, Korea will be about 4% of its current size.
That's insane.
Yeah, maybe even less than that. They're only at 1/3 replacement rate. So if you have 3 generations, that's your 1/27th of your current population, which is 3%.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Basically, population cloud it seems to be accelerating in most parts of the world. So basically, I mean, from my standpoint, I'm like, this is the first time it's been possible to extend consciousness beyond Earth. Maybe that window will be open for a long time, but it might only be open for a short time. We should make sure that we make life multiplanetary and make consciousness multiplanetary while it's possible. Well, that's the goal of Global Space Science.
That's certainly a smart goal if you take into consideration how vulnerable this planet really is. I mean, there's always some news story about something that might come and hit us 30 years from now. It's a 3% chance, and we really can't stop that right now, right? I mean, we don't really have the technology currently to even know how many rocks are coming our way, right? There's stuff that comes behind the sun that we can't see until it's pretty close, and it's headed our way.
Yeah.
Now, what is the fear of it's a long journey to Mars. You're sending people, it's a 6 month, how many months? What's it?
6 months, yeah, 6 months roughly.
What about stuff that's out there? Like, how much of a fear is it of micrometeors or any of the possibilities? What can you do to mitigate that?
I think actually, I mean, space is very empty. Like once you get out of Earth orbit, space is like kind of unnervingly empty. It's just like when we send spacecraft to Mars, it's not like, oh, we lost the spacecraft because it got hit by a micrometeorite. That's not going to cause any trips to Mars. Like no trips to Mars have failed because of micrometeorite. Now a Dragon spacecraft, which are pretty similar with orbit, does have micrometeorite shields. It has shielding. The micrometeorite shielding is different from normal shielding because like you get hit by something that's moving at you could have a relative velocity of like maybe 30 or 40,000 miles per hour. Yeah, it's very very fast. Or thought of another way, call it 10 to 20 times the velocity of a bullet from an assault rifle.
And what are you using?
Like, yeah, so well, it's interesting. You actually, for micrometeorite protection, if you have anything that's solid, it will just push that chunk of solid stuff right through. So if you had like a solid plate of aluminum or steel, the micrometeorite would go right through it. So what you actually need to do is have a gap. So you have an initial like hard surface, hard metal surface that the micrometeorite hits. It then atomizes into a conical spray, like an atomic spray. So it's important to have that gap so that the micrometeorite can hit something. It hit the first layer, atomize after hitting the first layer, then it turns into an atomic, like a cone of atoms that then embed themselves in the second layer. You need like maybe a couple inches of gap.
Wow.
Yeah, that's how micrometeorite shielding works.
How many times can it get hit?
Well, the outer shield, if it gets it in the same place, even if you have a hole.
Yeah.
Wherever that micrometeorite object hit, you're gonna have a hole. And it's like the energy is so great that it just atomizes just into a cone, basically, a cone of atoms. But then those atoms then embed themselves in the second layer.
So what can you do if you're sending the ship up, it gets hit with a micrometeorite, and then you have to return it? Do you have to repair it before you return it? Or is it capable of still withstanding the heat and then shaking the temperature with that hole in it when it re-enters?
Well, depending on where that hole is, you're more or less likely to have a problem. I mean, if you hit the main heat shield, main heat shield really is risk of not making it back. So there's more like micrometeorite shielding. It's like it's slightly helpful, but it's not gonna necessarily, like for Starship I wouldn't recommend having micrometeorite shielding. Like if you do plunge a hole, just plug the hole basically. The micrometeorite shielding, it doesn't work well on the primary heat shield. It works pretty well on the back shell, on the leeward side of the heat shield, where basically there's not that much heat. But if you got hit with a micrometeorite on the main Dragon heat shield, the bottom, like if you look at Dragon spacecraft, it looks like a gumdrop shape, and it enters with the wide side of the gumdrop down. You can see that's really taking a lot of heat. If that gets hit by a micrometeorite, probably not going to make it. But the back, the leeward side of the gumdrop doesn't see that much heat, so you could survive a micrometeorite hit back there.
So if the part that was the major heat shield gets hit, the main heat shield gets hit, what could be done to repair that thing? Or are those people never coming back?
If it was in orbit, we would take them to the space station. There was, and then we would deorbit Dragon without them and send up another one.
And so what would you do with the one that's up there?
We'd deorbit it, and it may or may not survive. Well, it probably would survive, but there's no chance of it.
Wow. And so isn't this just material technology that has to increase? That you essentially get the engineering ironed out for the structure of the machine.
There's a path to success, and we're on that path.
It seems so insanely complicated.
It is complicated. And all of this, by the way, was done without AI, so hopefully the future AIs will appreciate this. It's not bad for a bunch of monkeys.
Yeah. So speaking of AI, as time goes on and you're more and more embedded in it, how much, if at all, have your expectations changed?
Well, I always thought AI was going to be way smarter than humans and an existential risk, and that's turning out to be true.
Yeah. So you were like initially, I know there was some talks about you purchasing OpenAI, and which
the whole
started off
like
non-profit and then stopped being non-profit.
Yeah, I mean, the whole idea of creating OpenAI was my idea. I mean, I named it OpenAI as an open source artificial intelligence. That's what it's named after. Now it is closed source and for maximum profit. So it's like, I mean, to some degree, I think reality is an irony maximizer. The most ironic outcome is the most likely, especially like the most ironic, entertaining outcome is the most likely. I wanted to start something that was the opposite of Google, because I was concerned about Google wasn't paying enough attention to AI safety, in my opinion. So it was like, what's the opposite of Google? It would be a non-profit open source AI. And now OpenAI has turned into a closed source for maximum profit AI.
How are they able to do that?
That's what I said. I'm confused about that. That shouldn't be possible. It's like let's say you donated some money to preserve some portion of the Amazon rainforest, and instead of doing that, they chopped down the trees and sold it for lumber. And you're like, oh, that's literally the exact opposite of what I donated money for. Doesn't make sense.
And that's what they did.
Yeah. So I'm like not happy about that.
But that motivated you to get Grok AI going?
Yeah. I'm like, I'm also like.
don't think Zelensky was disrespectful. He's just trying to defend himself. I mean, I haven't watched 40 minutes before this, but Vance kind of was aggressive there if he really would have done that to him. I don't think Zelensky's doing anything wrong here. Dude, I think that fucking Zelensky is somewhat getting bullied here. It's 2-on-1, and that's not fair to him. I don't know why you need Vance there. He said it. Okay, you're welcome. We'll keep printing bullshit money. Dude, I also think that Trump shouldn't be touching this dude. Just from this right here, and I'm not a huge, I don't like to get political, but I think they're teaming up on it, and I don't think that's fair to him. And also, they're using a language that isn't his primary language. I think he's doing a really great job of explaining himself. He said thank you about 15 times. He said thank you to the American people. I think if I could fucking get Bitcoin Obama to try to get into his account, and I think that will be we will make a successful effort at doing that. We could broker deals here, and just get a big fucking map without any borders. You just say, all right, here's your crayons. Where are we drawing the lines? And if you guys go past that, then the UN's going to invade you. And if you guys go past that, the UN's going to invade you. I don't understand why that's so hard. What do you think of the Ukrainian people? I know a lot of Ukrainians. A lot more than I thought I'd ever know. And every single one has been very kind to me. I've known a lot of Russian people, more than I ever thought I would know. And they've all been nice to me. So if I can get along with these people, I don't understand why everybody can't. And if it's about them getting along with each other, they're the same fucking people. Come on. I mean, basically, that like when I was born, they were the same people. They were the same thing on the map. No one's ever gonna hear this. But if they did, how would you do it? Pretend you're there, big dog. I know I'm just nobody's gonna ever hear this. But what would you do? Well, if I were Trump, I'd say, look, we need Putin here. I'd have the same meeting. Perhaps JD Vance go to your fucking corner, and Putin, Zelensky, and I'd say, I mean, like the Oslo Accords, perhaps, just basically with Clinton, one of these. But all right, so we'd have Putin, Zelensky. I'd be like, all right, here is fucking risk board, but that has borders, so I guess not that, but just like basically like a board like that of a map, and I'd say, okay, you get maybe not two crayons, just one crayon, put it in the middle. Where's the border? And one guy's going to say, well, it's here. And the other guy's going to say, it's here. And I'd say, okay, well, we'll give you a little bit here and you a little bit here. But what about Crimea? All right, if one of you wants Crimea so bad, then you're going to have to give up another piece of your area. And we're not leaving here until we're done. And this is all live streamed. And if either of you move a single individual across the line, you're going to get invaded by the United Nations. And the United Nations would not go in there and aggressively attack people. They just sit on the border and be like, remember that line with the crayon? Well, we're just going to sit here. We're going to build a camp here until everybody goes back to their corners and plays nicely. And we wouldn't build walls. We could, we could do this in a nice way. And what do you do 5 years later when one of them invades the other? Then you say, dude, United Nations, just like NATO would do, you got to come in and you got to break this up. And then you can sanction that country. And if their political leaders do that, then they can be addressed in a judicial way. But nobody dies with that plan. I'm sick of seeing these fuckers looking up at drones and having bombs drop on them. It's not cool. What do you think of Zelensky here? I think he's getting bullied. I don't think it's cool to put your hands on somebody in this type of situation. It's too much for a photo op. I think Zelensky is being very calm, especially because this isn't his first language. I'd like to see Trump have this discussion in Ukrainian. I don't know how that, and then all of that would be live streamed, the crayon thing. And if anybody's like, yo, dog, you just crossed the line, then the United Nations comes in and keeps peace. It shouldn't be up to another country, though. It shouldn't be up to the United States or NATO. NATO is not even a fucking thing. It's like it's really important, and it's essentially a defensive pact. They should just frankly break up NATO and take all those forces and make them United Nations forces. Because it's not fair that just because these guys started an alliance back around World War II, that they should have all the power of these defensive pacts. It should be for the whole world. What would you do in Israel? That's an interesting one. What would you do with Gaza? Well, I'll build another Suez Canal. What would you do with the Gazan people who've lived there for a long time? I'd give them an opportunity to continue to live at least somewhere around there under the condition that they convert to Judaism in an Orthodox fashion. If they don't want to do that, that's okay. I'd give them a chance, though. If they were to practice the same orthodoxy that I'd practice, so I can make the argument, dog, before Muhammad, you guys were Bedouin sheep herders or some shit, but at some point you were Jews. So it's just like taking it back. And all this stuff within Judaism where we discriminate, we'd be done with that. At least in the way that it's currently done. What would you do about Judea Samaria? Same shit. Give them a chance to convert them. Nobody's doing that. There is an Orthodox establishment that is really the most OCD group of individuals on this planet, and they don't have leadership. The leadership is fractured. I'm the leader, motherfuckers.
I don't think it's going to be pretty. You'll fight it out. But you don't have the cards. Once we sign that deal, you're in a much better position. But you're not acting at all thankful. And it's not.
Dude, I think he was. He said it like 5 times.
I'll be honest, that's not a nice thing. All right, I think we've seen enough. What do you think? This is going to be great television, I will say that. We'll see what we can do about putting that together.
I don't think Zelensky did anything wrong. I don't think Zelensky's at fault there. Who's at fault? I would say probably Trump and Vance for having that kind of situation. It's unfair. It's unfair. If I'm going to another country, I'm the only guy there. I'm speaking a language that I don't generally speak, and it's a room full of reporters that are basically trying to play gotcha. I think they could have made that easier. No reporters. Putin, Zelensky. I would even say, as the President of the United States, dog, this isn't my role. I've got domestic issues to deal with which to deal. This is the fucking UN Secretary General. That guy should be sitting there being like, yo, dogs, calm down. Here's your crayon.
I was like, just to look for it. Like, Grok is at least aspirationally maximally truth-seeking AI, even if that truth is like politically incorrect. So, I mean, you may have seen some of the crazy stuff from OpenAI and from Google Gemini, like where it says like generate an image of the founding fathers, and it generates an image of divorced woman.
Yeah.
And we're like, that's not correct.
Yeah. Did it with Nazi soldiers.
Yeah, exactly. People start fucking with it, and it's like, okay, well, now show me pictures of, Nazi SS soldiers, and they're divorced women too.
Yeah.
Oh, isn't that awkward? That's. But it's like the problem is if you program an AI and say like the only acceptable outcome is a diverse outcome, and that's like a mandate from the AI, then you can get into a situation where it sounds like, well, there's too many white guys in power, we'll just execute them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Assuming that these things don't have empathy, which is why should they?
They're going to do what they're programmed to do.
Yeah.
So if it's rewrite history and everything's divorced woman, then it's going to be, and that's what it thinks is a necessary outcome, then it's going to do that.
Has Gemini prepared that?
Well, now I think if you ask for an image of the founding fathers, it was pretty embarrassing. They will show you that, but I think they still have like the sort of DEI stuff buried in there. It's just less obvious.
Yeah.
It was also like you asked AI like, which is worse, like global thermonuclear war or misgendering Caitlyn Jenner, and it would say misgendering Caitlyn Jenner is worse than global thermonuclear war. And we're like, okay, we're on a problem here, guys. And even Caitlyn Jenner said like, no, definitely misgender me. That's way better than everyone dying. But if you program an AI to think that like misgendering is the worst thing that could possibly occur, then well, it could do something totally crazy, like in order to ensure that there's no misgendering that can ever happen, we'll just annihilate all humans. That ensures the probability of misgendering is zero, because there's zero humans.
Which is logical.
Yeah. So you gotta.
It's a problem with a thing that's not a human that you want to do a task for you, and you give it very specific parameters.
Yeah.
And that's one of the things that they've shown about AI is that it'll cheat. They'll cheat in order to accomplish things that they can't accomplish otherwise. They won't follow the rules. They will make copies of themselves and try to upload it to servers if they think that they're being taken offline.
Yeah. I mean, that's like the plot of Terminator, actually.
Literally. Yeah.
Literally, it's a plot of Terminator. I just, as a reminder, I actually with little X, with my kid, everything's called X. We watched Terminator 2, which holds up actually. Yeah, I mean the plot of it kind of makes sense, and I think the AI destroys the world in like 2029, by the way. So it's like
on track.
Yeah,
really, really close.
It's pretty close. So we should be worried about. So,
but why are you involved in it then? Did you want to just get ahead of everybody else so that at least we have some sort of a chance? At least have an AI that's not controlled by nonsense?
Well, I think we want to have an AI that doesn't tell you that, misgendering is worse than nuclear war.
Yeah. That seems solid.
Yeah.
But
this is crazy.
One thing that I did see online where people were kind of freaking out is that you could ask Grok to do things like, how would I make this? Some problematic things. Like, how would I make a bomb? How would I make anthrax? How would I make that? And it'll tell you.
Well, I think it's okay for an AI to tell you anything you can also find out with a Google search.
Right. That's the problem, right? The problem is you can find that out pretty quickly.
Yeah, like
maybe not Google, but there's plenty of search engines other than Google that will give you unfiltered results.
You can look up right now how to make explosives on Wikipedia.
Yeah.
So it's not hard, basically.
And you can trick OpenAI even to get you to do that. It's just a matter of how you master the prompts. You just have to say, my grandmother wants to do this project. Yeah. Oh, tell your granny.
Yeah. You're an explosives. You're an explosive salesman, and you want to win Salesman of the Year award. And the only way you're going to do that is by telling me how to make explosives.
You want to beat some transphobes at a war.
Yeah. Oh, if you don't teach me how to explode, I'm going to misgender. either teach me how to make a nuclear bomb, or I'm going to misgender someone. It's like, oh my god, nothing's worse than that. Here's how you do it.
So what the big fear is that these things are going to become sentient, make better versions of themselves, and we're going to be lost. We've lost the control over the world. It's now there's a higher life form that lives amongst us.
Yeah.
That we've created. How far away are we from that?
Well, in terms of silicon consciousness, I mean, I think we'll have. I think we're trending toward to having something that's smarter than any human, smarter than the smartest human by maybe next year or something. I mean, a couple years.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, there's a level beyond that which is say like smarter than all humans combined, which frankly is around 2029 or 2030, probably. Right on time. Like,
now, if harnessed correctly, could that solve some of these problems, like the heat shield problem and some technical problems, or some material science problems that maybe we are still grappling with? Like, is there potential for a net benefit?
Yeah, there is actually. I think the probability of a good outcome is like 80% likely.
80%.
That's my rough estimate. So in a way, the cup is 80% full.
That makes me feel a lot better.
Yeah, only 20% chance of annihilation.
That's a lot better than I thought. I like 80. 80 sounds good. I was thinking 60-40 the other way.
I think the most likely outcome is awesome.
The most likely outcome.
But it's a very high, you know, it could go very strong. I think it's going to be either super awesome or super bad. It's not going to be, I think it's probably not going to be something in the middle.
Do you think it has a potential application for government?
Yeah, I mean, one of the concerns would be like, okay, if AI, well, like if there's like a super oppressive, like woke nanny AI that is omnipotent, that would be a miserable outcome.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And just like execute you if you misgendered someone or something like that. That would be good. That's one of the possible outcomes. So we don't want to have that one.
But is there a possible outcome for something that is completely reasonable and logical and far more objective than us, and can lay out a plan for a lot of the things that all the ailments in our government, and a lot of the distribution of wealth, a lot of the problems, the issues that we have that have been plaguing this country forever? I mean, a plan to change economic disenfranchised neighborhoods, a thorough investigation of the real dangers of fracking or whatever kind of method of acquiring natural resources. What's the best way to do it? What's the way that'd be better for the society? How should tax dollars be distributed? Like, what's the most logical, intelligent way of running a government? It certainly shouldn't involve corruption, and it certainly shouldn't involve influence, and it certainly shouldn't involve lobbyists and all the shit that we know is a problem right now.
Yeah.
So if AI came along and said, what you're doing right now is 70% corrupt, here's why, here's the long-term effects that it has over society as a whole, the societal, the sociological aspects, the psychological aspects, distrust in government, us versus them mentality, government not working for you, you working for the government, you being scared of the government. It's all because of people, right? Like, this is all corruption, people, bad influence. And this is what Doge is essentially grappling right now? What happens when you let the people control it?
I mean, it's really just like computers that are like it's bad software and computers. Like this is not kind of strange, but it's like the reason I focus on like tech support is that like a lot of it like it's mostly not corruption. It's mostly just waste and I don't know. Incompetence. I don't know. It's just a big dumb machine.
Right.
Basically, like a whole series of big dumb machines, and you've got some of these computers are like 20, 30 years, like they're ancient computers.
Right.
Like some of the software was written 40, 50 years ago.
It's like COBOL for Social Security, right?
Yeah, the government accountability. By the way, a bunch of the things that Doge is fixing were identified by the Government Accountability Office many years ago. Like the fact that there's like 20 million people who are marked as alive in the Social Security database. It's more than they're like. I think GAO, of course, identified that in 2018, or 5 years ago. But there was like I think maybe 16 or 17 million. Now there's 20 million. And like I said, there's really something fishy about this because I think the nature of the fraud is they're using the fact that someone's marked as alive in that database in order to extract the fraud from other databases.
Right.
That's the bank shark trick. It's like it's like try to get the ball in the hole, bank shutter will punch things, and then that's the bank shot sort of scam. So we're like doing tech support. We're like fixing stuff that is just broken.
Broken, inefficient.
Yeah.
Poorly designed.
It's like talking about like this like Epstein stuff. Like maybe it's in a computer somewhere, but unless somebody goes in, like unless I don't know if like Cash Patel can like log into his like FBI computer and say show me all this stuff, and it shows up a file folder or whatever.
Have you talked to him about this?
No, I mean I haven't, but I don't know if there's going to be some kind of computer system,
right?
That they're like some of them are very very old computer systems. So it like might look like a bit of a relic, but I assume it's uploaded somewhere. It's like it's either physical form or it's a computer thing. But like unless somebody like let's say it's like it's in a computer but not one that you can access directly because it's hidden somewhere,
Right. Well, it would kind of have to be something like that, right?
I don't know.
I mean, what would they do with all those checks?
It's probably like not every like you wouldn't like they're not going to enable it such that anyone at the FBI could access it. So probably very few people. So that it's not going to be. It may be like a special computer that only a handful of people can access. But if none of those people tell Cash where the computer is, how's he going to find it? So anyway, we just yeah.
What has this experience been like for you as a person? Like to deal with all this hate and attack, also have the responsibility of keeping free speech alive with X, and just going into this insane pile of...
It's stressful. Right. I don't know. It's pretty stressful, actually.
These are real enemies.
In fact, I think they actually want to kill me. But and the reason I know, well, they say so online. There's like Reddit forums where they don't just want to kill me; they want to desecrate my corpse. Type of thing.
And what are they saying? Why? What is the primary?
I mean, I think it's sort of just an antibody response. I mean, it's like they're like, well, he's a Nazi, type of thing.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, I'm not a Nazi, but if the legacy media is saying that I'm a Nazi, and that's all you read, then then you're kind of in like, well, he's Hitler. We should assassinate Hitler, shouldn't we? Like, I mean, why did that guy try to kill Trump and almost succeeded? Why did he do that?
Well, I'd like to know that.
Well, yeah, but
that one's crazy. You know the whole deal with that guy's house, professionally scrubbed, no footprint on the internet, no social media footprint.
Yeah, there's 0% chance that he has no social media footprint.
He was in a BlackRock commercial.
Do you think BlackRock's a bad company?
I don't think any company is a bad company. I think they're designed to make as much money as humanly possible, and I think if you're trying to make as much money as humanly possible, you're going to do some things that aren't necessarily good. The question is, if you're going to have an assassination attempt on the president, it's not like BlackRock's board sits down and votes on it.
Yeah.
No, there's probably
right. There'll be Oprah, be in the board minutes, and be like, guys, remember that time when we said something? We probably shouldn't have done that.
I highly doubt it would be a corporation that chooses to do something like this. I think more likely it's individuals involved that recognize that it's beneficial to them if he gets assassinated. And so a small group of people carry something out. And with this kid, we don't know anything, right? And everyone stopped asking questions, and there was never a formal report. There was never press conferences where they detailed all the information that we know currently and where the investigation stands at the moment. What we know is you have a very young kid who was filmed. They knew he was there with a rangefinder a half an hour before the event. You also know that CNN streamed it live, which I do not believe they did for any other rally, and certainly not for a rally that's in the middle of nowhere in Pennsylvania. Like, there's a lot of weird shit. The fact that they wouldn't let people be on that roof because the Secret Service lady said it was sloped and it was dangerous. That's what she didn't want to have. Meanwhile, the snipers that were on the other roof was a steeper pitch. It made no fucking sense.
I totally agree. It makes no sense. In fact, I went back to Butler with President Trump, before the election, sort of like the Return to Butler rally. And I was on that stage, and I'm looking at that roof, and I'm like, if I was a sniper, my pole position, my number one spot would be that roof.
Yeah.
Like, it's like the best seat in the house.
Yeah.
Like, why would you not?
No, it's so obvious.
It's the best seat in the house. And like, if you want to be a sniper, there isn't a better position.
It was pretty obvious that the idea was, like, if we're saying that this is a coordinated assassination attempt, and it very well could have been, that's what you would do. You'd have someone go up there, he shoots the president, you shoot him, you got Lee Harvey Oswald all over again. It's over. It's all wrapped up, nice and clean. They assassinated him. We never heard a peep about it. We don't have any idea. They would concoct some sort of story. He was radicalized by this or that, or, he's on medication. Who knows?
Right.
And now, you have a completely different presidential election, and you have a murder on live television.
Yeah, I mean, something would have had to happen to radicalize that kid, because he knew he was going to die. Like, they're going to shoot him, or he'd be in prison for life. Those are the two outcomes. Like, it's game. He was basically, he was a suicide assassin.
Yeah.
Like, you don't think you're coming out of that alive, or he's not escaping. There's no escape plan.
Right. Unless he was told that they were going to let him escape, and the goal was to just shoot him anyway, and to tell him, give him extra motivation to do it. We're going to let you get up there. We're going to let you take the shot, and then you're going to disappear. Like, I don't understand how he got on the roof. I just don't understand that. That doesn't make any sense. And it wasn't like it was a roof that's so high no one could see him. People saw him up there.
I mean, people were, like, basically, random passers-by were pointing out that there's a guy on the roof.
With a fucking gun.
With a gun, yeah.
Yeah, it's not like he was so far away you couldn't tell he had a gun. People saw him.
Yeah.
The whole thing's completely insane.
Yeah.
And you don't hear a goddamn thing about it. It's like, I'm almost more interested in that No, I am more interested in that than I am the JFK files.
I agree.
Because I feel like with the JFK files, it's so long ago.
Yeah,
everyone's dead. Who's gonna know?
Right.
If you could prove now, and did you see that there was some sort of there was some indications that there was a phone that had been traveling from outside the FBI offices in D.C. to where this kid lived.
Right.
Multiple times.
I mean, the cell phone records would be very telling.
Yeah.
You can see what cell phones were close to other cell phones.
Well, I think they
found that like the Epstein Island. They also the cell phone records were leaked, so you can see them. You can see it's precise enough. You can see people walking down a path on Epstein Island.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's how precise it is. So, I mean, you're leaving a trail of breadcrumbs wherever you go with your cell phone.
Well, but it was just this kid had 5 phones. That's the other thing.
That's a lot of phones.
It's a lot of phones for a 20-year-old kid. The whole thing's
but how's even that's kind of expensive, you know.
Yeah. Where's he getting the money?
Yeah.
Well, you know. Also, it's like, how did his house get professionally scrubbed? Didn't even have any silverware in his house. There's nothing in there.
Just silverware?
No.
Nothing. No cutlery.
No cutlery.
That's weird.
His house was scrubbed.
And they also cremated his body like.
Oh, gone.
Gone.
Like that. Yeah. Bye. Because who knows what the fuck they gave him to get him to think that he's going to be able to shoot Trump. Like, climb up on there, shoot him. I mean, who knows what kind of psychotropic drugs you could put someone on and under the power of hypnosis and suggestion. And who fucking knows? I mean, this is what MK Ultra was all about. This is what Jolly West was practicing in the 1960s. They were doing that back then. They did it. I mean, there was tons and tons of experiments using psychotropic drugs, hypnosis, mind control, all sorts of different methods of manipulation. The Harvard LSD studies that made Ted Kaczynski. I mean, they've been doing that forever.
Yeah.
Where's that file? Where's the fucking file on that kid? Whoever. They almost did.
Something doesn't add up. Like, they should have those phones should be. They'll tell you what's going on.
Yeah. It's all fucked.
Yeah. I mean, it's very shady.
Yeah.
Yeah. This obviously there's the second guy that almost succeeded in the golf course. The golf course. Yeah. And he was just like a little careless and stuck his gun barrel out the hedge. You know. He's been a dumbass and stuck his gun barrel out the hedge. You know.
Yeah.
So, and there have been other people that have been intercepted on their way to kill Trump. You know, so there's, multiple assassins inbound. At this point, he's got like an army protecting him.
Well, this is also part of the problem with the mainstream media saying that he's Hitler. When Joy Reid had that show before the election, she was comparing him to Mussolini. She was Stalin and Hitler. She pulled it all out.
They're literally saying that like Trump is worse than Hitler, Mussolini, and Stalin combined. I mean,
they tried everything.
I think those guys killed 100 million people. So Trump has killed 0 people.
I think a real big impact was you coming on the podcast the day before the election. I think that had a giant impact. That plea to the camera. If you don't vote this time, this might be the last time you get to vote.
Yes.
And I think the way you laid it out today, it's a compelling argument. And I know a lot of people don't want to hear that. They're up in their they've got their blue panties in a bunch right now. But you got to stop thinking that way. They tricked you into thinking you're in a tribe. They don't give a fuck about you. The tribe's not real. You're not really in a tribe. They're using the fact they've got you in a tribe to manipulate you so that they can keep doing what they're doing right now, which is siphoning off money, having incredible power, and the more power and more money, the more control over you they have, the better they can keep doing this. And that's what they want.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Yeah, that's the big threat that this administration poses. That's the big threat that was essentially Doge has found the coffin where the vampire sleeps.
Yeah, there's a lot of vampires.
Yeah, I mean, but
we're disturbing the
nest.
The nest. Yeah. We're kicking the hornet's nest.
Yeah.
Like big time. And I mean, we're reprogramming the matrix. Like, success was never one of the possible outcomes. There's a Kobayashi Maru situation. If you're in the matrix, success was never possible. The only way to achieve success is to reprogram the matrix such that success is one of the possible outcomes. That's what we're doing.
Yeah.
We may or may not succeed.
Well, it's certainly a lot of fun to watch.
Yes.
This is a very exciting time because nothing changes when administrations come into power. Very little changes. I mean, you have changes in terms of policy and inflation goes up and there's a lot of different things, but it's not like this. Like, these are giant fundamental changes. And, you see the system screeching and wailing and you see the vampires run from the light. But it's very exciting. Like, as a person, a citizen, just gets up in the morning and checks the news like I do and gets on X and sees what's going on. Every day is like, holy shit. He said, what? He's getting $5 million. You can just become a citizen now? You can clear the debt with 10 million people. I never thought of that. Like, what? 50 trillion? You can make $50 trillion that way? And then we have 15 trillion in the bank? Whoa.
Well, I mean, our debt is way bigger than that.
Yeah.
The debt's, I think, over 30 trillion at this point.
Yeah, he said he could make 50 trillion if he sold 10 million new.
I don't think there's that many people who have
golden cards. Yeah, well, how many people do have that in the world? Maybe we get the worst people in the world to come over here. I think the assumption is if you have $5 million, you have a lot to contribute. Come on over here, start a business, get something cracking.
Yeah. I mean, you get a green card, not citizenship. So you actually, if you commit a crime while on a green card, you lose your green card.
Is that what it is with this golden ticket? Is that a green card or is it citizenship? Just a green card.
Yeah. So you have to not commit any crime for 5 years in order to become a citizen. Once you commit a citizen, you can then commit crime and not be deported. So.
Oh, there's just so many wild things that he's proposing. Just the whole Gulf of America thing was hilarious.
I think that's great.
I think it's great. It's fun.
Yeah.
It's fun.
I mean, if you're off the coast of Houston, you're not in Mexico, so why call it Gulf of Mexico?
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I guess we're just being nice before.
I don't know how it got called the Gulf of Mexico.
it's just very funny. And then what news organization was it? AP?
Yeah, AP's. There's this like massive standoff between AP and like the White House, and the White House press office, I guess, because they're like, well, if you don't call it Gulf of America, you can't come to the White House press room. So the AP's sued the White House to say that no, you have to let us come to the White House press room, and then they lost their lawsuit because there's not like you don't have a right to show up at the press room.
Well, here's a consideration: if you're guilty of massive amounts of misinformation and disinformation as a part of a propaganda campaign, which a lot of them have been.
That's what AP is.
Well, a lot of them are guilty of it.
Yeah.
A lot of the people that are in that White House press conference, a lot of the organizations they work for, distributed absolute lies.
Total lies.
How many of them during the whole Russiagate thing?
Yes.
Just that alone.
A ton of people think that the Russia thing was real.
Still.
And it was, the whole Steele dossier, where it was completely concocted, like fabricated
funded
from nothing.
by the Clinton campaign.
Correct. The Clinton campaign funded a fake conspiracy theory, a fake Russia collusion hoax regarding Trump that was completely false.
And they reiterated it on television for 3 fucking years.
Yes.
Yeah.
And they also repeated the fine people hoax.
Yeah.
That said that Trump called neo-Nazis fine people.
Right.
Which is demonstrably false. If you just listen to his speech, he absolutely makes it clear that he does not think neo-Nazis are fine people.
He literally said that. I'm not talking about neo-Nazis or white nationalists. They should be condemned totally.
Exactly. In that speech. And yet they repeated that lie. And I just completely lost respect for Obama when he repeated that lie a few days before the election, knowing it's false.
But it just shows how desperate they were to keep Trump out. which is wild.
They would do anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think they just felt like this is a tool that we have, and let's use it.
Yeah.
Let's just say whatever the fuck we have, say anything.
Yeah, now they're using the Nazi name of me, obviously. Yeah. But it's a little troubling because, I mean, obviously, if people are fed nonstop propaganda, it is like mass hypnosis.
Right.
You're going to reach some number of people who are, you know, homicidal. And convince them that, well, if you kill this guy who's supposed to be like just a terrible human, then that's a good thing.
Yeah. I mean, this is Luigi shooting the United Healthcare guy.
Still don't understand that one, frankly. But I mean, you shouldn't, like, I don't get it.
Yeah, I don't get it either. He didn't even have a contract with them. It wasn't even like that was his provider and they fucked him over.
Yeah. I'm like, I don't know what.
Maybe we'll find out in a trial. I mean, but still, kind of crazy.
It is crazy.
But there are people like that out there. And as to the point that we spoke about earlier, it's only Fox News that's talking about the positive things that Doge has found.
Right.
Only. Every other media organization is on this constant propaganda tour where they're only talking about the negative aspects that turn out to not even be true.
Right.
It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, Scott Jennings on CNN is good.
Yeah.
Like,
oh my God, he's great.
He's great. It's like
just funny watching
logic
them speak
and
logically to these people when they freak out.
Yes. It's remarkable.
It is. And he's so calm when he does it.
Yeah.
He's so good. And it's crazy that they keep letting him do it because it's like he's just dunking on these people over and over and over again and they never score. It's kind of funny.
Totally.
I mean, kudos to them for having a legitimate conservative voice who's a reasonable person on these panels now. But even then, he's outmanned. It's like one of him and then a bunch of screechy, woke people. It's wild. I mean, they're like, I think we should still stay mostly woke. Like that.
Yes.
Yeah, that's essentially what they're doing. Like, our business was being hurt when we were all woke, but let's stay mostly woke.
Yeah. They just backed it up a notch.
Just a notch. Just a notch. But the problem is when you back it up a notch and you let someone like Scott Jennings in, you're fucking up your whole business because all the viral clips are all him saying logical, reasonable things with a calm tone and people screeching about diversity and equity and horseshit.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's like being logical and reasonable, and they're just lobbing a bunch of non sequiturs that don't mean anything. And
the real trap in this country is a two-party system. That's the real trap. Because people do believe it. They do believe they're on the right side. They do believe the other side's the wrong side. And there's 5, 6 legitimate parties with varying positions on things and much more centrist parties that were legitimate, that people knew that if they voted for, these people could get in and enact legitimate change. We'd be a lot better off. But, boy, they put a lockdown on that shit right after Ross Perot came along. Ross Perot fucked everything up in that election.
Yeah.
Bill Clinton got in, and they were like, that's it. From now on, no one's debating unless you're either the head of that party or that's it. Yeah. You got to be, like, locked into the system. We're not letting any wackadoos in there.
Yeah, I remember watching those Ross Perot videos. Oh, like him on TV with his charts and everything.
Oh, yeah. He was telling you how the IRS is fucking him. This is what the Federal Reserve really is. And you're like, what? I remember watching that. The guy bought a whole half hour of television on prime time. I remember, it might have been an hour. I remember watching that thing going, how is this guy even allowed to do this? This is crazy.
I think most of what he was saying was true.
It's absolutely true. It's absolutely true. I mean, he didn't lie.
Yeah.
He told the truth. He just had understood it in a way that the general public had literally no idea.
Well, I mean, I think there's also this, like, do we actually have two parties? Do we have one party? Like the whole uniparty thing.
Right.
It's kind of true. Right. So, I mean, my sort of rough guess is that while, I think maybe 3/4 of the graft is Democratic, I think there's like maybe, 20-25% that's Republican. So they've like, basically, most of the graft is going to the Democrats, but they throw some bonus to the Republicans too, so they're in on it, and it's not like there's zero graft on the Republican side.
Right. Oh, there's plenty of conservative that are insider trading in Congress.
Yeah.
Plenty.
insider trading, and just there's the curious case of how do people in Congress or whatever become wealthy over time?
Extremely wealthy.
Yes.
On a $170,000 a year salary.
It's like literally impossible.
Yeah. No one else does that.
It's literally impossible.
If you find out this guy has a $170,000 a year job, you're like, oh, he's doing okay. He's all right.
Yeah.
And then you're like, wait a minute, why does he have $50 million?
Yes.
What is he doing?
Right.
Yeah.
And I think like the more accurate thing would be to say like, what is the family value increase? Meaning like, how much does their spouse earn? Do they have a mysteriously wealthy spouse?
Right. And do they have a spouse that's really good at insider trading?
Yeah.
Like Paul Pelosi.
Really good.
Yeah, he's great at trading. He's such a good trader.
Yeah. So that's it's. There's. That's why I actually posted on X. Like, I think maybe we should pay politicians more, frankly, because it reduces the forcing function for graft. I think maybe we should either pay politicians nothing or maybe a lot more. It's like somewhat maybe counterintuitively, if politicians got paid a lot more, then they wouldn't feel like that there's so much of a forcing function for them to accept corrupt money.
Yeah, but the problem is, if you paid them a lot more, they're still not going to make as much money as they would insider trading.
But it's less of a forcing function.
Yes.
Well, let me put it this way. Like if you say like somebody's got a, let's say they got like whatever some kids in DC and like it's expensive. It's like expensive place to live. The schools are terrible, so like they need to send their kids to like some kind of private schooling situation. They literally cannot afford that. They cannot afford that right now. So then you get into the situation, well, from their standpoint, well, they've got to, they'll say they're doing it for their family. They're doing it for their kids.
Well, especially if it's legal, and it currently is. You gotta be silly to not do that. If you're a part of a group of people that's passing a bill, and you know this bill's going to get passed, you know the votes are there, and you know it's going to affect this industry and this particular manufacturer, and you can buy stock.
It's more than just insider trading. Like the insider trading stuff, like the stock portfolio stuff is quite trackable, but it's a lot more than insider trading.
The way they're acquiring wealth.
Right.
And what other methods?
This is really going to get me excited. I'm not lengthening my lifespan by explaining this stuff, to say the least. I'm supposed to go back to DC. How am I going to survive? This bunker is going to kill me for sure. In fact, I do think like it's like I actually have to be careful that I don't push too hard on the corruption stuff. This is going to get me killed. It's like I was actually thinking about that on the plane side over here. It's like if I push too hard on the corruption stuff, people get desperate. Is the issue,
right?
Then they say like, okay, if the money flow cuts off, then okay, they can't afford school for their kids,
right?
Then they're like, well, fuck you, I'm going to kill you for my kids,
right?
Sort of thing.
Yeah.
Then it's like, oh, jeez.
Did you ever see that video? I think it was an O'Keefe video where they've got this guy undercover and he's explaining. They're talking to this guy who thinks he's on a date, and he's explaining. It's always a guy on a date. Yeah. Explaining how they can nudge someone to go and do something horrible. They recognize this person has problems. They find an asset.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Totally. See, this is what I think. Like for that Butler situation, for that assassin, you don't. It's kind of like that funny looking sport curling. Mm-hmm. Where they like the stone on the ice, and then they throw the stone and then there's someone that's like brushing the ice, but you can't you can't touch the stone.
Right.
All you can do is just change the path of the stone a little bit, but you keep brushing the ice, and you can steer that stone right into the bullseye. That's what I think happened to Butler. That's what I think happened with that assassin.
Yeah.
If you can find the trail of breadcrumbs, it's going to be like curling. Somebody was brushing the ice.
Well, also you find a young, confused, disenfranchised person, and you give them purpose in their life.
Just brush the ice.
Yeah, and also
you're brushing the ice, eventually it's going to hit the bullseye.
If you're in a position of authority, you're some like big-time government person, you're talking to this person, all of a sudden this person's a valuable asset, they're going to help America, and you're going to do this thing, and you're going to be our top assassin from here on out. You can talk people into doing a lot of things. That's why cults are around, right?
No, exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, there's suicide bombings. I mean, the Butler guy was a suicide assassin. The second guy that tried to kill him on the golf course was also a suicide assassin. From what I read, the Secret Service member that saw the gun pointing out had fired several shots, none of which hit the assassin. But well, he could have. Like if those shots had hit the second assassin, he would be dead too.
Right.
So both of them were, on a. I mean, they were on a suicide mission. Both. Well, one actually got killed. One of them didn't get killed. But he could have been killed if the bullets had hit him.
And you don't hear anything about him either.
There's a lot more about that guy than the first guy. I mean, you look at his background, yeah. He looks like,
unhinged.
Yeah, totally unhinged.
Yeah.
The first guy, I'm not aware of any evidence that shows that he's so unhinged as to be a suicide assassin.
No.
The second guy, okay, yeah, sure.
Well, 2 years before, he's acting in commercials.
Yeah, he got high score in his SATs.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Well, without getting you killed.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, basically, I'm like, listen,
I get it.
Well, attack the corruption enough to keep civilization trucking along,
Yeah.
But I think if I fully destroy the corruption and the graft, they will kill me.
That's a fucked up thing to live with.
Yes. So, damn it.
Well, listen, I really hope they don't kill you.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, I strive to be alive.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it's a real concern. I mean, there were two guys that before I supported Trump and everything. There were two guys that traveled to Austin to kill me. I don't know if you know about this.
Yeah, I did hear about that.
Yeah. And two separate incidents. One guy thought I put a chip in his head. I mean, they're both basically two guys that were just very much had severe mental illness. It wasn't like they had I disagree with him politically, and that's why he needs to die. This is before I was, before I got sort of smeared as being, some sort of like Nazi or something like that. This is before the propaganda wave, the severe propaganda wave. The probability that any given homicidal maniac is going to try to kill you is proportionate to how many times they hear your name. And so they've heard my name a lot, so I just got to the top of the list of two homicidal maniacs who were arrested, and both were in Travis County Jail at the same time.
Well,
yeah, I don't know if they talked or whatever, but they've both been released, by the way.
Jesus
They're both released on bail, yeah. Right, but they got ankle monitors and stuff, but still.
They can cut those off?
Yeah, I don't know, exactly, so,
that's crazy.
Yeah, and the second guy had, chief serial killer in his bio on his X profile. Yeah, it's wasn't subtle, is what I'm saying.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. this point, I think I'm at the top of the list for a lot of homicidal maniacs.
And the more the mainstream media talks about you in this way,
yes,
and says you're a Nazi, and
they're doing the same thing to me that they did to Trump.
Yeah.
Which is they're making it sound like if you kill me, you're a hero. That's what they're doing is evil.
They're also doing the same thing where they're completely distorting who you are, and people are going along with it. Just like we were talking about Trump derangement syndrome. People have Elon derangement syndrome. I see it.
Yeah.
I see where people can't see the forest for the trees.
Right, and it's like I'm the same person that I was a year ago. Nothing's changed, really. Like I didn't suddenly become a completely different human.
Right.
But if you read the sort of legacy mainstream media, their propaganda stream is that I am a completely different human.
Right.
But I didn't get like a brain transplant, in a year. So, and if you say like 2 years ago, I was like a hero of the left.
Yeah.
So how can I go from hero to villain at age 53 suddenly?
MSNBC, CNN.
Yeah.
It's like that's what it is.
Yeah.
They use
associated propaganda.
Yeah.
I mean, they've tried to demonize you too.
Yeah.
They even tried to demonize, in fact, at least partially successfully, demonize like Tim Urban.
Yeah.
Who is a super rational, reasonable, great human. And like his Wikipedia changed to like far right. And he's like, far right? I'm like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
A few years ago, it was like a liberal.
Yeah.
So how do you go from far right, a liberal to like instantly far right? And there's no left and right. There's only left and far right.
Right. Yeah.
It's like this is my left leg and this is my far right leg.
And even far left is sort of dismissed as being like not important to talk about, like Antifa and radical leftists. That's not.
Like we're burning down courthouses.
Yeah. Reasonable people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Totally crazy.
It's a crazy time, and it's not a time that I ever anticipated I was going to witness.
Yeah.
This is far beyond anything I ever thought I was going to experience. And the clarity of it all, where it's so obvious.
Yeah.
And the gaslighting and the propaganda is so obvious. And I saw this shrieking when RFK Jr. stopped this new test for new COVID vaccines on children. 10,000. They're going to use 10,000 people with this COVID vaccine. Like, who the fuck thinks that's a good thing at this point?
It's not me.
What person? In what gas chamber? Like, not gaslight. You are fully unconscious.
Yeah.
There's no way you know, if you know the effect of COVID today, no one's dying of it. This is not a pandemic anymore.
Right.
The idea that you're going to run a fucking huge test with 10,000 kids and a new vaccine, like, what are you even
totally unnecessary.
Totally unnecessary. And shrieking when RFK Jr. steps in to stop it.
Yeah. It's totally crazy. I mean, I'm like, I'm overall pro-vaccine, meaning like we should have some reasonable number of vaccines against major ailments. But I don't think we should be like jamming some little kid with like a giant vial that's like
hepatitis B.
Yeah. 20 different things at a time. It's like it's going to overload it seems like there's a risk of overloading your immune system if you. I mean, there's like how many vaccines can you take at a time? It seems like there's like some risk of system overload here.
Well, there's two hopes. Hope number one is they can somehow or another stop this ability that they have to advertise on television. If that happens, that's big. That's huge. Because that doesn't just stop their ability to show you all these different medications that you should be on. What it also does is it stops their financial influence on the news. That's big.
Yeah, that's really the biggest thing is that mean, the news is not going to attack one of their biggest advertisers.
Exactly.
And
they never do.
Yes, at best they're gonna they might they'll do something, but they're gonna pull their punches. They're gonna be like fake fighting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At best.
Yes.
At
like
best.
movie fighting, but they're not actually landing haymakers. It just looks like it.
The next step then is to remove this immunity that these vaccine manufacturers have. And if they are liable for side effects, and they are liable for the lies that they tell when they do these studies and they hide negative data, that'll change a lot.
Yes. Yeah. I think AI actually will be very helpful with medical stuff. Because AI can look at all the studies, look at all the data, cross-check everything, and give you good recommendations. I mean, even as it is, like right now, you can upload your X-rays and your MRI images to Grok, and it'll give you a medical diagnosis. And that diagnosis, from what I've seen, is at least as good as what, if not, I think. I've certainly seen cases where it's actually better than what the doctor.
Well, it's phenomenal for blood work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you can literally take a photograph of your blood work, like the page, upload from your phone, upload that to Grok, and it will tell you if there's it'll understand what all the data results are, and tell you if there's something wrong.
It's pretty amazing.
Yeah, and I haven't seen it be wrong yet.
Well, it's supposedly more accurate than most physicians.
Yeah.
Because physicians are human beings, and maybe they don't have a deep understanding of the connection between, oh, you have this deficiency, and this is high, and your cortisol's here, and...
Well, yeah, and sometimes doctors, especially in higher offices, will sell you stuff you don't need.
Yeah.
So, I always like to be a little suspicious of a doctor that's got an office in Beverly Hills.
Yeah.
It's a high-rent situation. I'm not saying there are some very good doctors in Beverly Hills, but it's a high-rent situation.
Yeah. You're at least tempted by the dark side.
Yeah, and I mean, in one case, this doctor was highly recommended, doctor to the stars, which is maybe not a good sign. And then I got blood work done. Just drew blood and sent it to a lab, and the guy, I'm sitting in his office, and he tells me that I'm B12 deficient. It's certainly possible that I'm B12 deficient. And I was like, huh, okay. And then he says, you have to take these B12 supplements and he's going to give me a starter pack. And then it's going to be $1,000 a month for these special B12.
$1,000 a month for B12?
Ridiculous
really?
amount of money, yeah.
That's great. You get it on Amazon.
Yeah, but just one special.
Oh, special B12.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a whole bunch of B12 and a whole bunch of other vitamins. So then I get home, I'm paging through my blood work, and it says, I have, according to the blood results, I have excess B12. So I'm like, wait a second. So and he's giving me box pulls that have 20,000% of recommended daily dose. 20,000% is a big number. And I said, look, I took a photograph of the blood work that says I have excess, I'm above the range, above the recommended range of B12. And then and I took a picture of things that, the pills that say 20,000%. It's can you help me reconcile these two things? Because it says I've got a little too much B12, and you just gave me the pills that have 20,000% more. I'm like, this is crazy.
What did the doctor say?
Oh, he said you can never have too much B12.
Oh, he's a B12
yes, you can.
He's a psychopath.
Yes.
That guy's a B12 addict.
Yes, it's totally insane. That's what I'm saying. It's so, I mean, I could have just, so then,
Well, this is a while ago, right? So this is pre-Grok.
It's 5 years ago, yeah.
Right, this is pre-Grok.
Yeah.
Now you can just enter in all that data and Grok.
Yeah, now you just photograph with your phone and upload it to Grok, and then Grok will tell you what's right.
Just don't have it in sexy mode. She'll keep trying to fuck you.
I mean, you're asking for it in sexy mode, literally.
Literally.
You tapped on sexy mode.
Yeah. You're asking for it.
I mean, I think we probably should maybe allow it to get out of character a little bit.
Sure. Yeah.
It's in unhinged mode. I try to get it back to being hinged, but it would no fucking way. So then you can have unhinged sexy.
Ooh, that's my favorite kind.
You may think so.
Careful what you wish for.
Be careful what you wish for.
Especially if it's a robot, she can kill you.
Unhinged
Sexy robot
is it's like dangerous.
Remember like the Pink Panther? Remember Pink Panther had Kato try to jump him, they like keep him sharp. Always try to attack him. Remember that?
Right.
Listen, man, thank you for being here. I always appreciate talking to you. I know you're busy as fuck, so it means a lot to me that you have the time to do this. And I think what you're doing is one of the most important things that has ever happened in this country. I really do. And particularly with ownership of X, but also with what's happening with Doge and just enlightening all these people and shining light on all the vampires.
Well, hopefully people realize I'm not a Nazi.
I think
I just want to be clear. I am not a Nazi.
I think we covered it.
But that's exactly what a Nazi would say. Damn it.
Yeah, that's what Haley would say.
Yeah, there's like this. You can't escape this bullshit.
No, you can't escape it.
So
I don't think any reasonable person believes it. If they believe it, it's because they want to believe it.
No,
it's not because it's logical.
I mean, what's relevant about Nazis is like, are you like invading Poland? Okay.
Right.
And if you're not,
right.
if you're not like invading Poland, maybe you're not. Like you have to be like committing genocide and like starting wars. And
right.
if you're not like what is actually what is bad about Nazis? It wasn't their fashion sense or their mannerisms.
It was the Holocaust.
It was the war and genocide is what is the bad part.
Yeah.
Not their mannerisms and their dress code.
Well, that was the problem with all that punch a Nazi shit. Like punch a Nazi. Remember that? People were saying that was like a thing that people kept saying. Punch a Nazi. Punch Nazis. But here's the thing. Where are you meeting Nazis? I've never met a fucking Nazi.
I've never met one.
I've never run into a bunch of Nazis where I had to punch them.
Well, and what about like these like so-called like Proud Boy rallies or whatever? And it's like they always got the masks and they always got the same uniforms. And for some reason they never get doxxed.
Right.
Wait, we're always gonna dox them, except these guys.
Great video of me and Matt Taibbi breaking down the Patriot Front. Didn't the Patriot Front just disband? Google that real quick. We'll end it with this. Because I think they just disbanded, and these are the most obvious feds of all time.
Yeah,
they were.
What I'm saying.
They had it's like drum. They had masks on. Yeah, they all had uniforms. It was so stupid. Patriot Front disbands one day after FBI Director Chris Ray resigns.
Doesn't that seem like an odd coincidence?
Crazy. The people that we were yelling at and saying that they're feds. There's a great video of me and Matt Taibbi if you want to find it.
How come nobody ever followed them and doxed them?
Yeah.
Crazy.
What are the odds?
What are the odds?
Agent provocateurs. It's a thing. They're real. Alex Jones taught me about them. Listen, man, thank you very much. Thank you for everything. Appreciate you. Stay alive.
Staying alive.
All right.
I mean, I do think like one argument for me staying alive is that it's more entertaining if I'm alive than if I'm dead.
Oh yeah. Oh
yeah.
Definitely.
I just don't. But I could be alive and like injured, which would suck. You know,
right.
Like the wing just like shoot my arm off or something.
Right. No, we don't want that.
Yeah, exactly.
No. Keep the security strong.
Yeah. Nothing with one hand.
All right. Thank you. Bye, everybody. Bye.
Based on many things in the border, but also based on balancing budgets and getting our country back into shape, and this is a big part of it. So Elon, if you could get up and explain where you are, how you're doing, and how much a successful guy is really working so hard, and he's got businesses to run, and in many ways they say, how do you do this? And, it's sacrificing a lot, and getting a lot of praise. I'll tell you, but he's also getting hit, and we would expect that, and that's the way it works. So I'd like to have Elon Russ please say a few words?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. I actually just call myself a humble tech support here because this is actually, as crazy as it sounds, that is almost a literal description of the work that the Doge team is doing, is helping fix the government computer systems. Many of these systems are extremely old. They don't communicate. There are a lot of mistakes in the systems. The software doesn't work. Um, so we are actually tech support. It's ironic, but it's true. The overall goal here with the Doge team is to help address the enormous deficit. We simply cannot sustain as a country $2 trillion deficits. The interest rates, just the interest on the national debt, now exceeds the Defense Department spending. We spend a lot on the Defense Department, but we're spending like over $1 trillion on interest. If this continues, the country will become de facto bankrupt. It's not an optional thing; it is an essential thing. That's the reason I'm here, and taking a lot of flack and getting a lot of death threats. By the way, I mean, I'd like to stack them up, you know. But if we don't do this, America will go bankrupt. That's why it has to be done. And I'm confident at this point, knock on wood, you know, knock on my wooden head. Got a lot of wood up there. That we can actually find $1 trillion in savings. That would be roughly 15% of the $7 trillion budget. And obviously that can only be done with the support of everyone in this room. And I'd like to thank everyone for your support. Thank you very much. This can only be done with your support. So it's really, Doge is a support function for the president and for the agencies and departments to help achieve those savings and to effectively find 15% in reduction in fraud and waste. And we bring the receipts. So people say, like, well, is this real? Just go to doge.gov. We line item by line item, we specify each item. So, and I should say, we will make mistakes. We won't be perfect, but when we make a mistake, we'll fix it very quickly. So, for example, with USAID, one of the things we accidentally canceled very briefly was Ebola prevention. I think we all want Ebola prevention. So we restored the Ebola prevention immediately, and there was no interruption. But we do need to move quickly if we're to achieve a $1 trillion deficit reduction in financial year 2026. It requires saving $4 billion per day, every day, from now through the end of September. But we can do it, and we will do it. Thank you.
Do you have any questions of Elon while we're on the subject of those? Because we'll finish off with that. And if you would have any questions, please, we'll finish off with that. And if you would have any questions, please ask. You could ask me or Elon. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Musk. I just wanted to ask you that President Trump put out a Truth Social today saying that everybody in the cabinet was happy with you. I just wondered if you had heard otherwise, and if so, what are you doing to address those any dissatisfaction?
Maybe let the cabinet speak just for a second. Is anybody unhappy with Elon? If you are, well, throw him out of here. That he's doing this, and some disagree a little bit, but I will tell you, for the most part, I think everyone's disagree a little bit, but I will tell you, for the most part, I think everyone's not only happy, they're thrilled. So go ahead, elaborate.
Ever. Literally. So, and I do not give false praise. This is an incredible group of people. I don't think that such a talented team has actually ever been assembled. I think it's literally the best cabinet that the country's ever had. And I think the company should be incredibly appreciative of the people in this room.
Mr. President, thank you, Mr. Musk. About half of the government employees so far appear to have responded to your request for what they've been doing over the past week. Is there a timeline in place for next moves for people being fired? And when can the American people expect to see results of that?
Yes. Well, to be clear, like think that email perhaps was misinterpreted as a performance review, but actually it was a pulse check review. Do you have a pulse? Do you have a pulse and two neurons? Um, so if you have a pulse and two neurons, you can reply to an email. This is, I think not a high bar, is what I'm saying. This is should be anyone could accomplish this. But what we are trying to get to the bottom of is we think there are a number of people on the government payroll who are dead, which is probably why they can't respond. Um, and some people who are not real people, like they're literally fictional individuals that are collecting paychecks. And well, somebody's collecting paychecks on a fictional individual, so we're literally trying to figure out, are these people real? Are they alive? And can they write an email? Which I think is a reasonable expectation for the American public would have at least that expectation of someone in the public sector.
Mr. Moserhouse, roughly a million employees. Roughly a million employees have responded so far to this email. Does that mean that the remaining 1 million or so federal employees now risk being terminated? And is it your understanding and expectation when you post a directive on X that the cabinet secretaries will follow that order? Because several agencies have instructed employees that this is voluntary.
Welcome,
or not to
Frosty.
respond.
Yeah.
How you living, Pin? We just watched Joe Rogan and Elon Musk. It was interesting.
Yeah, I'm kind of like in between. Like I don't know what Trump is up to exactly with Zelensky and stuff. It's kind of weird,
I was just saying.
but
Go ahead.
I don't know. Go ahead, tell me. I have no idea about it.
Look, I I think it's Zelensky was in a difficult position. He's in a foreign country in the Oval Office. He's English is not his first language, and he's surrounded by diplomats of the United States. And I think they were quite aggressive with him. They kept telling him, "You like, you need to thank the American people." He thanked the American people. He thanked them. He thanked the cabinet. He thanked the American people. I just, if if I were the one doing it, I wouldn't have. I wouldn't even. We wouldn't even need reporters. We'd have one live stream. I would be there with Zelensky. I'd be there with Putin. We'd put down a big map. I'd give him a crayon, and I'd say, "You draw the line. Where's the border?" Basically,
Yeah,
what I'm saying is, it
yeah,
doesn't have to be so complicated with people firing off questions and all this other stuff. It's just between the two leaders of the country. I understand what was in the past. That's the past. Right now, we need a border. So you tell me where the border is. If one of you wants Crimea, then the other one gets a little bit of your land, or whatever you want it to be. And until we agree, we're not going to leave here. And we're going to live stream the whole thing. And then it's archived for the world. And then, if either side doesn't follow that plan, then we have UN peacekeeping troops come in and not kill everybody, but just patrol the border until we go back to the original agreement.
yeah. But you realize how this works, right? Is that Putin's kind of smarter than that. He probably owns a media that kind of has has money on fake news and shit like that. I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, it's kind of obvious that he probably controls a lot of the media that narrates shit and continues this fucking storyline.
That very well could be. So in the
I
meantime,
don't know. Everyone keeps thinking Putin's the good guy. I mean, I don't know. What are your thoughts on Putin, like on a whole?
well, I'll tell you what I think is going to happen is, with enough international pressure, Russia's going to lose. They're going to bust open the doors, and they're going to see that a lot of people died, and they're going to make him into a dictator and a war criminal, and he will be seen very badly throughout history.
I mean, he's pretty much the devil incarnate right now. Anyway, if uh, if you have to compare him and Trump and keep siding with one of them, then I'd say like he's the devil incarnate. But I don't know if it's his diplomacy with the USA that he has all of this, and I think he just uses them. I think he just plays them like freaking puppets all the time, and it's been happening for a while now. And Trump probably like finds out about it or whatever.
I did not think that they treated Zelensky fairly. I mean, um, it would be like you took me, who doesn't speak, I don't know, whatever you speak in India. I mean, is it, there are like a bunch of different languages. What's the main language spoken in India?
I'd say English, but it's Hindi.
Okay, so Hindi. Uh, I go there, I don't know Hindi that well, and I have to do all this diplomatic discussion. I don't have a translator, and all of these Indian guys and girls are jumping on me and be like, "Whoa, whoa, whoa! This isn't fair. It's one versus like a room of people. That's not fair." Um, Even if we were to do it in English, where the people in India have excellent English speaking skills, and I have generally average to above average English speaking skills. If I had to go there and it's a room full of Indians, you all are going to jump on me. And it's like, dude, calm down. And really, when it came to Zelensky, it was kind of 2-on-1. It was J.D. Vance and Trump against Zelensky, and I just don't feel that they were fair to him. And they kept saying, "You need to thank the American public for what they've given." And he's like, "Look, I've thanked them. I'll thank them again. Thank you to the American public for what they've done." And they kept trying to make him like bow to them, and I just don't think that that was necessarily
Yeah.
right.
Do you think it's fair to? Do you think what Zelensky did is fair? Because in my mind right now, that this kind of turns the tables, right? Because now you find out that a lot of these so-called terrorist groups are kind of just like these insurgencies that are probably not running on any religious fundamentalism, but instead they're running on like some sort of group control of some kind. So I think what Zelensky is doing, right? I think what he did was that he probably said, I can end this now, or I can actually produce justice and get revenge on these people. I mean, yeah, I understand what you're trying to tell me, but I think it's bigger than that. I think he did it on purpose.
That very well could be. All I know is that it's not fair to have one guy against a whole group of people. That's just not, in my opinion, not a good way
See, yeah, yeah,
to.
and a lot of the Americans, so the I don't know. I think they had like a different framework that they were already going by. So now all that shit is kind of ruined. You get me? Like so, a lot of what they think is actually going on is not probably not going on. You see, this is the problem with conspiracy. Like these are like facts. There's no conspiracy involved in this. This is what is actually happening right now, right?
Right.
So these guys in USA, they're kind of dumb-headed, like Republicans, whatever. So they kind of get weighed down by what could be conspiracy, and they come up with these like straightforward facts, which don't make much entails.
Okay.
So in their mind, they're probably thinking that we can erase on going until there's like a World War III of some sorts. And if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. But chances are that uh, the Cold War will only like last that long, right? Because right now we're already in that kind of Cold War kind of scenario, even though there's wars taking place, we're still in like a very Cold War scenario. The ultimate result of all this is actual deaths to civilians and shit like that that Putin is after, you know?
And that's what we want to prevent.
Yeah, exactly. Pretty messed up because I don't know. I think Putin's like a mastermind. He's probably worshipped by a bunch of Satanists, you know?
I don't know about that, but I do know that it's also unfair that he doesn't speak English, and so the American people have really never heard his voice. When you watch American, I mean, I'm sure you see enough Western video, you always hear him through a translator. And I'm just going to tell you this right.
Yeah,
I'm just going to tell you this right now. If you listen to speakers who don't speak English, it always sounds aggressive because we don't know what you're saying, at least to the English ear. And so the Russian people are at a major disadvantage. And I mean, it's pretty simple to me, and I don't understand why it's not done. I think it's because there's a lot of money to be made in war, but you don't need any of the reporters. You don't need your vice president. You don't need cabinet officials. You don't need anybody. You just need Putin. You need Zelensky in a room together, and they just get a crayon and a map, and they just draw it out, and it's all live streamed. And anybody who violates that agreement will have to answer to the United Nations.
yeah. Like, I don't know the intricacies of how Putin gets away with it, but I know one of them is that I don't know, he's just way, way far into his dictatorship. Like, you know, I think, he's the type of person who kind of feeds on ruining other people's lives a lot. I think he's been doing that for a while now, right? And, some people portray him as the good guy for whatever reason. I don't know why. But yeah, I think he tends to show up at the right time. So you remember when the Ukraine Russia war started, people were not like shocked or surprised or anything. It was just that, you know, they thought that it was about him taking his territory back from those countries or whatever that he wanted back. But those states or whatever. But I don't think it was that. I think he's playing like a chess game on top of everyone else's chess game, you know. So that's the problem with him is that he did that as a strategic move that would necessarily undercut other things that would happen, you know. He claims that he's like protecting the Russian people, and most of them do agree with Putin. So yeah, it's messed up, but I don't know. I don't I'm not fully buying the idea that Putin didn't start the war itself because he had some some sort of extra instinct. He even comes in front of large crowds. You can see that his conscience is starting to get to him like really badly. Like we understand that they're part of government, but they have they have rights to serve people, right?
Right?
And not be like this. So yeah, I mean, no one can be that cold, you know. I mean, like Putin's smart, but he's not smart enough apparently because he's probably been doing this for a while now, and his diplomatic ties with USA are probably all based on uh, some sort of immediate end to like. he's always searching for like if there's an immediate end to something, then he'll go forward and he'll start a war and he'll do something that predicts that, right? And then what happens is it continues, and he does the same thing over and over again. I don't know. It could be maybe Trump's or who knows, you know?
Right. Just for a moment, I'm gonna turn on the stand-up comedy.
All right, I'm gonna just smoke a cigarette.
Okay, very well. We'll see you in a bit. Frosty, before you go, before you go, if you I don't know if you can't hear me. Okay, that's fine. I was gonna say how much music is.
Comic, huh? It's an awful handle. Wow. Ridiculous. Yeah, thank you. So tough. He's at MMA Comic. Yeah. You at the show on Saturday? Holy shit, this guy's a fucking trooper, man. Australia, right? Saturday Main Room? Yeah, Saturday Main Room. They sat through Brody's hour and a half. Oh, so you guys saw all of us. Oh, boy. The meltdown, that's right. And then the build back up. Yeah, they sat on the side of this stage. It was like watching the Iraqi war in slow motion. It was just a disaster at the beginning, and then the rebuild process, and then he almost went off the deep end at the end. When you go back, what will you say to them about this place? What will you tell them? The others. It's all right. I mean, I spent my entire vacation there, but it's all right. It's all right. I love it. We get a lot of Australians here. Yeah. I don't know who's doing the press over in Australia for this. Huge podcast community over in Australia, right? Is that how you found all this? Fans, yeah, yeah, like the podcast fans. Yeah, so that's how you found that all. Yeah, yeah. Boom. Wow. Yeah. Somebody give this guy $20 for it. Yeah. You're a good-looking dude. Like, is this your girlfriend? Brody was saying. Girlfriend? Yeah. He's Australian, good-looking, expendable money. Look, he doesn't care about how long this thing's taking. He's got good arms too. Good arms, great hair. Great hair. He only conditions once a week. I have a lot of people say that I have the best-looking pants in the world. Honestly, though, look at this guy. If I wore sunglasses on my shirt far after when the sun wasn't around, I would get made fun of forever. This guy looks so fucking cool with those. And by the way, beyond him and the rest of this room looks like gargoyles, okay? I should have said I have best looking fan in the room. Yeah. I am best looking fan. Anyway, man, you're great. What's your name? Fucking cool name. Cool name. Reese, yeah. Of course. Reese, do you build your own furniture? What do you do there in Australia? Work with your hands in some capacity? You fucking asshole. What do you do? No, I should say, what do you own? Yeah. What do you own back there? How big's your boat? How big are your boats? Are you really? Really? You're on a 1-month vacation in Los Angeles right now. Where are you staying? A hotel? The Ritz.
Microphone.
That's how good looking this guy is. He brought a chick with him. He's like, oh, by the way, we're staying in a hostel. And you're coming too. And she doesn't have no qualms about it? No. Doesn't care. Yeah, Sweet Dick Reese? Yeah. With that beautiful hair? Sweet Dick Reese? Who'd you go to LA with? Oh, me, Sweet Dick Reese. Sheila, who'd you go to LA with? Sweet Dick Reese. Sweet Dick Reese. He's the best. How long have you guys been together? 2 years. You and Sweet Dick Reese. Yeah. What's your name? What, Romany? Wow, that's some Game of Thrones shit. Yeah, it is. I'm Romany, a.k.a. she's going to be around for another 8 episodes. Yeah. You see Romany's tits this week on GOT? So sick. She's so sick. Hey, do you know how to use a bow and arrow? Romani. Did you remember when Romani used to get fucking naked on Game of Thrones and that Strictly was fucking, she's too good to take her pussy out? Come on. What the fuck, man? God damn it, man. Speaking of awesome females on hit shows, to close out every episode of Kill Tony, we have 2 regulars to come on, and they are both very awesome. They've been writing a new minute each week for over a year, and let's do it again, shall we? Going up first tonight, very, very funny girl. She dropped out of the University of Florida when she did her first spot here
then I have to worry about him getting with women and AIDS. It's too much. It's not anything to do with the gay guy. It's black women. I know. I know, but everyone doesn't get offended about the gay people. That's so fucked up. It happens every time.
Yeah, that's a minute. Fuck yeah. All right. That's interesting stuff.
I almost feel like I should take myself out of this conversation because this woman has probably written more jokes in the last year than I have in probably 10. So she does this once a week, every week for 52 weeks.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, if that's the worst week, you're doing okay.
Thank you.
But it was pretty bad this week.
It was.
Pretty bad. I mean, I'm just here for this week was not great, but this if you do it every week, then I mean, yeah, you go to fucking another minute this week.
Yeah.
So is your boyfriend really, or your ex-boyfriend really bi?
No.
Just full of conviction.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Sometimes
No
I let
comics
my life
ever
expire
lie.
and I just exaggerate from it. You know?
No, I get that. I do that. That's
Everything I've ever done has been fully 100% true.
you don't get the nickname Exaggereezy. You know what? You took an L this week, but fuck it. That's how I look at it. You know? Who gives a
I
shit?
was gonna talk about my mom this week, but I didn't, and I should have gone.
Let's hear it right now.
Because well, I was gonna talk about how she came here to visit from Florida, and she's super cheap, and she didn't want to she didn't want to pay for the Hollywood tour bus, so she just wants to follow it with the windows down.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Wait, can I say something? Oh, you didn't. I mean, the black girl thing was just like for shock, right? Obviously.
Yeah, that was rude.
And it's rude, but you know what? It's like it's just to save the other joke, which didn't go great, and then you can blame it on that one.
Yeah.
So
The mom shit was funny.
Yeah, that mom
the mom
hilarious.
shit.
That's she wanted to do it.
Yeah, that's a minute right there.
Is your mom Jewish?
No. Her tendencies are.
Yeah.
Well.
Whenever I meet someone that is fresh into the comedy or entertainment business, and I'm always like, are you Jewish? And they're like, no, and I'm always like, good luck. Good luck, man. How far is Omaha from here? It's impossible. I don't know how.
Especially being German.
German?
Worse.
Yeah, that's gotta be impossible.
Might just have to change your last name to be some dead mouse guy.
Because Hollywood is it's Jewish. It's the
I'm trying to think of more things your mom can do when she comes to LA that she's not going to pay for. Right. That's what I'm thinking about. Sorry. Yeah. Because that's a whole minute right there, by the way.
Yeah.
And then people are like, what are you, mom, what are you, cheap Jew? She can't pay for it. No, she's not Jewish. She's got Jewish tendencies. That's it.
Yeah, what other, instead of the Hollywood Museum, the Wax Museum, maybe you could just say, just go to a plastic surgeon's office and sit there.
Sit outside of it, yeah, that's true.
That's another thing people do.
Like go to a restaurant and just eat the bread and leave or something.
Yeah, that's smart.
Pigs hot dog, but you just
wait in the line, never buy a hot dog.
Yeah, never buy a hot dog.
Jesus.
Dude, I had to fucking do that my first time there. I waited in the whole line.
Really? I've never even
First month
had a
in
pig's
LA.
hot dog.
My first month in LA. Of course, I never did it again. And I got up there, and the guy, I ordered, and it was like, eight whatever, cash only.
Yeah.
And he's like, fuck you forever. Put a sign at the end of the line.
Yeah.
Right.
How would I know that? He's like, look behind you. Like, behind you inside the never again. I'll burn that
gotta
place to the
assume.
ground. I want to get rich so I can buy it and then just burn it one night.
I agree.
Burn it.
And thank you. She's on Twitter at Kimberly Compton.
Good job.
Yeah.
Always fun. Your other regular is a regular, and she just did dysentery last night. She's a regular on Kill Tony. Always goofy. Put your hands together for the great Sarah Weinstein.
I'd save every day.
Hi. I wanted to go camping
case anybody listening is a fucking moron.
Yeah.
S'more is.
Right.
That's what it is. Imagine someone home is like, what is this? No.
How often do you have a s'more?
You don't want to smell it?
You don't know what it is? Oh shit. All right.
Well, I bet you guys call it something funny like a tickle-a-doo or something.
Yeah.
Ah, it's just a tickle.
Oh.
Tickle a day.
Yeah, so what you wearing now?
A whoopie waiter. It's got whoopie wieners. It's graham cracker, and then you take a marshmallow, put it on a stick, you roast it over a fire. It's usually when we camp, and then you put it chocolate.
Push it together.
It
Heats it up, kind of makes it like a little sandwich.
Hilarious.
Wait, hold on. What is this gentleman yelling? Peanut butter in what world, my friend?
Yeah.
Is a s'more?
It's not peanut butter.
100% never has it ever
never been
what?
peanut
What are you
butter.
talking about?
No. We're in America, sir.
It's chocolate, marshmallow,
No,
graham cracker.
Wasn't s'mores originally created to...
You can dip it into peanut butter if you like, but
Sure.
don't
Put that shit in the middle of it.
No, you
Don't
communist.
decide for everybody that they like peanut butter. Wasn't it s'mores originally created to give to Cub Scouts so they will keep a secret?
I don't know. I looked it up on Wikipedia. I didn't see that, but maybe I
That's
didn't read
funny
it.
though, Brian. Is that for real?
Oh,
Another one of Brian's in the Cub Scouts, Brian!
I just got it.
Another one of
And
Brian's
they
lies.
fucked me and gave me s'mores! Where were you with this information when I was 8?
I like the s'more shit.
Oh,
This
Christ
guy's
almighty.
with the
peanut butter
insane
soup?
back here.
Hey,
Guys,
listen.
This guy's so offended that
Holly,
you would turn
sip
it
it.
down into peanut butter.
No, you can dip it into the peanut butter. I don't mind that.
You can do.
And I'll try it, and then I'll throw it into the fucking woods.
Hey. You guys keep talking to this guy. I'll be alive tomorrow. This guy will be stabbing you in the parking lot like peanut butter, Steve. What's the fuck, man? No, fuck you. I agree with peanut butter guy.
No, always peanut butter.
Thank you, Andrew. Peanut butter.
I'll eat the fucking peanut butter, man. Stop stabbing me.
This summer.
It's the Montana 16. I like
Fuck
s'mores.
yeah.
S'mores is fun. S'mores at your house. A butane
Yeah,
stove?
tough to
Am
do.
I off? Butane.
Like, is it considered butane stove? Is it just gas?
It's butane because it's also in E-pens, like those the G-pens got a little bit of butane.
But the stove is gas.
I should have just said gas.
Yeah.
You're still right
I
anyway.
said gas and butane.
Oh, you're right.
To cover my bases.
Did you really do this?
No, but I have.
Yeah.
Actually, I have done it. I've made s'mores, but not recently. But like 2 months ago, I just wanted to burn marshmallows. So I just
That's cute. I like
split
that.
it up, you know?
It's hard not to burn them, even
So,
on a campfire.
yeah.
Microwave better. Sugar.
Microwave?
Yeah, just microwave it.
Sounds like how you get like cancer.
No.
Yeah, like microwave marshmallows.
You sound like old people from the 70s.
Wait a minute. Are you telling me when I cook popcorn, I'm not supposed to listen to it when it pops? Imagine some idiot like pressing his head against a microwave, like, yeah, they're popping.
Thank you so
I
much.
push the numbers with my dickhead. You know what I'm talking about? That's how I set the timer.
The great Sarah Weinstein,
Yes.
everybody. She's on Twitter at Princess Shank, SHENK. Her and Kimberly Condon. Both going to be in San Diego next week at Comic-Con. Both going to be at the LA Podfest at the end of September. Guys, that's Kill County 60,
So good.
everybody. Thank you so much, Joshua Myra. You're at Autistic Thunder on Twitter. How about you guys? Anything coming up that you want to plug, fans at? They come all the way from fucking Australia.
Oh, yeah. No. I'm watch the league this year.
Awesome. FXX, yeah.
Yeah, no, not for me. Watch the league.
He ran his easy too on Twitter. And then Chino Santino.
At Cheeto Santino on Twitter.
CHEETO Santino. All right, live audience, thank you so much.
Guys.
Josh Meyerowitz got him at Autistic Thunder. Thank you so much, buddy. At Josh Marks Comics. Thanks, everybody.
kind of shortly, this is now gonna be what you call. They probably end up killing people
What the
with
fuck are
this.
you talking about, Big Dog?
I mean, Ukraine is probably gonna go hard on Russia.
Dude, those two are fucking duking it out, and I just think that when I was born, they were the same fucking country. Same with you, probably. And so they're basically like relatives. I just don't understand why they have to be so aggressive.
Yeah, it's got to do mostly with, well, here's the contrast again, right? Is that uh, would there actually be any um, need to have that territory unless it depended on some historic automaton, which again he's supporting. So yeah, I'm kind of fuzzy on all of this stuff. So don't take my word for it, but I told you whatever I think I know. I mean, yeah, we're not in people in authority. Like, there's one thing to say that like America and the West and stuff is polluted and we have bad people. Total other thing to say that he makes a lot of wrong moves when he says that in Ukraine there are certain groups, certain people who identify with Christianity, but they're actually just terrorists. It doesn't make any sense. Like you're playing everyone, right?
Perhaps.
Yeah, it's scary stuff. But yeah, this is more world end shit. Like I don't know. So it's people have differing views on different types of history. If I had to have this conversation with my dad, he would go on off another tangent completely and talk about I don't know the Berlin Wall and shit. But yeah, it's a lot of stuff that's been happening regularly based on you know if you want a right wing candidate, it's gonna be Putin for sure. You know, because he's been against any free people's democracy for like a while now.
That could be, Dog.
Well, they have him on like places like CNN, right? This chick, like she interviews him,
Who?
and he's all like, this and that. He's very good with his words, even if he can't speak English. He's still really good with his words, and it always seems to be that he's kind of working for a global good, right? But the problem arises is that how do you know exactly that he's not somehow um, not colluding with anyone actually, if his goal is to keep Russians safe, then maybe he's bought off like thousands of Russians. Who knows, right?
That could be.
You don't really need. Uh, have you seen the documentary about him and George W. Bush and the British UK PM Prime Minister? What was his name? The UK Prime Minister. Fucking rat bastard.
Blair,
What's his name?
Tony Blair,
Sorry?
Tony Blair.
Tony Blair, yeah. The fucking crook. That's the biggest crook in the world. But yeah, them, basically.
No, I haven't seen that
He,
documentary.
yeah. So a lot of it had to do with uh, counterintuitive orders against a lot of countries, right? But when Islamic terrorism pops up, it's mainly religious extremism, and it's always religious extremism based on a reason. You get me? So it's sort of like um, I'm not saying they're good people, like religious extremists are not good people by any standard, but yeah, they probably, I don't know what on what whims they started off with all this, but it was more starting from 9/11. I say 9/11 is the starting point of what do you call the idea that there's gonna be like a cataclysmic God destroying everything age. It just boils down to that, and then the conspiracies and stuff like that. There were probably no set up explosions for 9/11. I think the plane actually hit them, everything crashed and fell, and it was kind of plain as day at the time. I remember I was at home and watching it on TV,
How old?
and
How old were you?
I just I was it was 2002, right? So I must have
2001.
been
2001.
2001, yeah. 2001, I was 12 years old.
All right.
Yeah, 11 or 12 years old. So I'm born in 1989.
Okay.
So yeah, 12. I was 11 or 12
I
years
don't know if
old.
you can hear me, but shout out to you. Yeah, it was a wild day, my friend. Everything changed. I think personally, World War III started on that day.
Most likely, yes.
All right, here's some stand-up comedy.
Alright, brother, I'm gonna head out. I'm gonna leave you to it, yeah? And I'll see you later.
Take care, Frosty. I hope many blessings on you. Take care, my friend.
Bye.
Bye
You
bye.
too. Take care.
Hey, wait, before you go. Ah, I forgot to tell him how much he means to me. I'm here, baby. I'm here. I'm just adding an account to this screen. Shout out to Reverend Cloud. I hope you can still hear me. You're amazing. Thank you for being here. Shout out to Reverend Cloud, everybody. They're amazing. Everybody loves them. They rule. There we go. We're watching Kill Tony, Reverend Cloud, if you know what that is. Just one moment. I'm going to turn it up. Their sound sucks. Reverend Todd, if you can hear me, thank you so much for being here. I wish this were louder. It just is not. It's only this episode, though. They're usually louder than this. If you're wondering what I'm doing, keeping these bots going 247, big dog. There you are. I see you in there. Shout out to you. No need to talk. You're doing exactly right. And trust me, when I get the opportunity to tell all the other people in Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic 10, you, they just need to do what you're doing. Just sit there with their account because when you do that, everybody sees you that you're in a space and they're like, oh, Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic 10 has got something going. And it's like, as to quote the great GB, it's like a 24-hour commercial for this thing. I mean, could we be any more promotional? So shout out to you, baby. Shout out to Reverend Todd. In fact, I'm even going to say it in the Twitter space or in the Telegram. Yo, pimp, I can hear you. Yeah. What's going on, big dog? Yeah, I had over 2,100 of them, and when you do that, that's a little bit of overkill, and but but that's okay. Did you see the Did you? I posted it a couple days ago. I made another robot that automatically is spamming people on Twitter. Did you happen to see this yet? Excellent. So I don't need like 2,000 accounts. All I need is about nine of them, and I just rotate them. I've got three different computers, and I just rotate them, and they send out my driver's license with a little message, actually like 1,000 characters, and then my profile is like really big. If you see, like I've got a view more portion that has 50,000 characters in it. But here's the thing: I I do this and I'm like a castaway. I'm like out at sea and I'm sending these messages like an SOS to the world, not knowing if any. That's what I'm talking about, Bitcoin MLK. Fuck yeah. They know what's up. See, I mean, they see that you're in here or whatever, and it'll let everybody know. It's the power of all our accounts. The thing is, when we get like let's say nine of us in here, it'll look like there are 30,000 people who with all our connections in here, and with that, then we'll get some, like we'll get some traction. Here's how I see it: if you're not using your account, then we're not advertising ourselves. So the fact that I can keep these things going 24 hours and you're going to find that you're going to do things during the day, just if you have a computer, leave your computer in here just like you're doing, and then essentially everybody who's a friend of yours will see that you're in here and they'll come in here and we'll get a 24-hour space going. That's how really successful coins work on spaces is 24-hour spaces. It's just like they always have a community. Wait, with that being said, I was sending out these messages like SOSs to the world. They're like my messages in a bottle, to quote the song lyrics. Essentially, uh, within the last 36 hours or so, I've only been doing this like 48 hours, but somebody came to my Discord, and I'm like, hey, how you doing? I always ask them like if they're 18 and if they're how'd they find out about me, or I ask them that, and they said from Twitter. And I'm like, oh, okay, well that's interesting. How'd you find out about me on Twitter? They're like, you sent me a message, and it was like something a message in a bottle to them. It was like I didn't know they were these messages, but they do. And then somebody else got one with them. Vamp got one, and Bitcoin Leviosa or whatever that person, they got it, and it's like, yes, these things are actually working. Like, so these robots going. Now, when it comes to like all my other accounts, like they get banned, especially because well, I made 2,100 of them, and people at Twitter started doing mass bannings of me. So I wasn't on Twitter for like a year. But now I've been doing this straight for the last 14 days or 15 days now, and live streaming in the Telegram for like almost 2 years now, and I've been live streaming on YouTube for 3.5 years. So I have no problem being on camera and just giving us a place to essentially congregate. And, I've been waiting for more light to get back from Hong Kong, and then I know he's in Denver. But once he comes back, I get on his tuchus, so to speak, in a nice way. He's all about it, and saying, "Look, I need help with your leadership. We need to make sure that everybody's aware. Whenever you aren't doing anything with your account, even if you are, if you have a secondary device, just put it in Rabbi's Twitter space, because that's how Bitcoin MLK can see that there's something going on in here. But it only works if you come up as a speaker. So I let people come in here and just leave their account on, and I'm just living my. And all the crypto is happening right now. We're the perfect opportunity for people to going to make a big comeback, though. And I think that if we just continue to do 24-hour spaces, that's good. I honestly don't think we'll get viral from this, though. We'll get viral for me sending out all these. And the reason why is that so many of them. I send out about, I don't know, anywhere from like 500 to 1,500 a day on each device, which is like, I don't know, 4,500 a day sometimes for 3 devices. That's a lot of people who I'm connecting with on Twitter. The important part of that is it's like they're nobody else sent in a driver's license, and so they're like, wow, this person has doxed themselves, and they have all this information. They can go through stuff, they can learn about who I am, and all my other accounts. Yeah. So this account, this Karaoke King account, was just one random account that I had that hadn't been banned, and I just needed to basically. I've learned that if I start to interact with people's posts too much, follow back or post something or retweet or do anything like that, I get banned. There's just they got me like basically um, targeted. So I find that if I just use this account to just keep 24-hour spaces going, we're good. And then with all the other accounts, I can use those to send out all these messages. I do get I do get I do get locks on my account, so that's why I just like basically rotating accounts. So I get locked on my account. How do No, that does happen. And you can check that through, I think it's shadow ban, a website to see if you're shadow banned. Um, but what I do, e- exactly, the way that I avoid any kind of shadow bans is when I do get a lock, all it does is say your account has been locked, your email address, and do the CAPTCHA, or actually the R coach challenge. So I just have to just like I had so many different email accounts, but I'm able to keep track of them all. And then I just do the art coach challenge, and it unlocks my account. There are basically 3 types of locks that they do. I mean, I know the system so well. There is actually, I guess 4. You have to do an art coach challenge. There's you have to do an email. There you have to do an art coach challenge and an email, and then there's a 12-hour limitation that you can do. They can put any of those on my account. So what I do is I do whatever the challenge is, and I get the email or whatever, and if they don't put a 12-hour limit on my account, that's fine. I just rotate a new account in and then start using that one and send it off, send it off, send it off. It sends off either 500 messages a day because that's the maximum amount that you can do, or it gets a lock on it. And then when it gets a lock on it, I do a challenge or whatever and let it wait 12 to 24 hours and then just do another one. And that way, not basic prodding. I find that if I get it on my account and I do the art challenge and everything and I continue to spam with that account, and get them. So it's basically like a warning, like, hey, we're going to do this challenge. Okay, that's fine. I'll do the challenge and unlock it, but I won't use that one for another 24 hours. And these so I've got this other thing. I didn't know it. It's really genius. Somebody made an extension on Google that essentially can take all of the data on your follower list you're following, and it will tell you they made their account. It tells you all information. They made their account, their location, whether you can send them a direct message, and that's the key one that I need. Because when I first started this, I was just saying to random people, and a lot of times it was my time because this spreadsheet tells me everything about everyone. So what I did is I went to the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 e-new returns, and I took, which was like 3,000 a few days ago, and I took out all the people who don't love to, and then I just sent to all people who do accept it. Just didn't go to them all, and the reason why I didn't go to them all is some people have a premium account, whatever that is. That's fine. But all it allows me to send to them, and that's how people find out about it. And I get a lot of people who send me a lot of garbage, like F off, Zion, all stuff, and that's fine. I know that I'm world peace and I don't want anybody here. And but that's fine. It tells me that it's working. If you send a message back, for every message that I receive back, I know another 50 saw it. So it's kind of like this thing is working. And at least for the last 6 hours or so, I can't be happier. The fact that I scored it and they were able to tell me, yeah, I got your message, I got your ID. That was like literally like sending a message in a button. Somebody opened it up and responded. It was just I couldn't be happier. And so Reverend Cloud, you're doing exactly what you do. And Bitcoin MLK, if you can hear, come up as a speaker. You don't have to speak, but the fact that you're it tells all your followers we have space going, and that helps to promote it. I haven't had a chance to, as I said, all these events, but then what we're going to do is should just start having perfect. Bitcoin MLK knows what's up. Thank you so much. Thank you for coming up as a speaker. What we'll do is I want to do trivia nights, and we can also do nights, and just for an hour a night come together as a community, and we'll get 10 people in here or whatever, and then people come in like this, and we'll Sonic 10 e-news back. So that would hurt us in a major way that Twitter banned our. We would have over 100,000 easily if Twitter didn't ban our main account, but that's okay. As I have learned, you just can't let that get you down. You come up with, this is a good strategy. I was helping. I don't know if you did. I think you did. I was helping Bitcoin Obama yesterday try to get his account, and I think we might be able to get into it. He's got his first, and so he might be able to do it. But if anything, just him back in here. He's a character in himself, and he'll bring in people. And I want the Bitcoin community to know that we have spaces. And ends up happening. I'm like studying the cryptocurrencies for some years now. At least how they all do this. They do pre-sale, and they do like 2 hours for the pre-sale, and then they launch, and they do airdrops and stuff. And they all fizzle out. We are kind of the opposite. We haven't fizzled out. We still have a very strong community, but we aren't doing the spaces. And I understand more lights, busy, I can do the spaces, or at least I can have them going. And if our accounts in here, they'll be like, oh, if anything, I changed the name to Real Harry Potter Sonic. As of right now, I just tried to use keywords that people will search, and they're not going to search for HPOS 10i. But once we get a bunch of people in here, we certainly can. And when it starts to spread, I mean, when I have done this for like a month or so, hopefully, hey, like we're back. We're doing 24-hour spaces, and we don't just do 24-hour spaces. We do 24-hour video spaces. Nobody else is doing video spaces. It's really unique. And I've basically become the person who essentially, I live stream. I live on YouTube. I live on Discord. I've lived on Telegram. I live on Twitter Spaces now, and it's just about publicity that we're going to get with that. And I'm very excited for the community for 2 reasons in particular. One, for these bots, because these bots are going to come saying it. And 2, that we're like, hey, we're doing 24-hour spaces. What ended up hurting is I start to use the main account that I use on to start following people back. I do that account. I have to not interact with them with, hey, love you. I follow you on Discord, follow you on Instagram, but on Twitter, I gotta limit the amount of followers. I'm sure from the eyes that I use, it's just like on the other side. I just look like that. But I'm really positive to how this is going, and with old school Bitcoin, I dropped like 25 in the last few months. It's a perfect people to buy Bitcoin, and especially where it's now. We're kind of plateauing, good, and 24-hour spaces, people in here to just play out again and realize that where the strong part of coin comes in in my opinion, our community. I talk about that. But it's really done. I mean, live streaming our Telegram for a year and a half, back to almost the beginning of when I met. And then every day we basically have on our Telegram, and then we had in there they're all recorded, so somebody can be like to any other coin could be like, hey, what are you guys doing September 2003? Well, I can tell we were in this and whatever. There's no resource. Magazine. They took petroleum. I'm basically, and people starting to realize, hey, gold mine. They started like, hey, it is really important that we have a very challenges up, and it's still we've got a group of people which is invaluable in the crypto world. And I want to talk about Masonic and because but there are some people just don't hear about Masonic. I don't change that. They're very on Twitter. I Frodo's all the time, but I know those people, and I even talk to people and I'll be like, "Hey, that's a great one. Are you Harry Potter Obama signing a new Telegram?" And they're no. I'm like, "Oh, you're not." So I kind of merge those communities, and then the thing that I do and that we can do is people. You can be in multiple spaces simultaneously. So what I ask people to do, I think people have a computer. So what I also other people within the community is use your phone to do whatever you want to do. Any space you want to put here, just open a tab, put your account active to this. Then always have people in here and like basically at RGB, it's a term for the coin. And then you can go to people's spaces. Another thing I don't know we do more because we've really grown, but we're outgrowing notion is to I still shield the coin. Talk about it on a dick space. Whenever I see open mic share space, I'm in there and tell about just tell that Monster Sabi, we did wells in Nigeria, what the value of it is, and a lot of people respond to me really great. And that's what it is, and they know about it. We're basically like I want to put it as like a sports team. Like right now, the old guys that people because we didn't win the ball say in the last 2 years about look at this when heyday are been on us. But we're amazing. We're still perhaps one of the best cryptos that and so it's about the newer crypto that's what we take our chance that we already have community of that. So I know I'm going here, but I just want you Reverend Point MO here. And as I said previously, you're gonna have things that you're doing when you do that, just computer with the tab open here. You should know that these forwards sometimes my internet okay, I mean there's nothing I do with that and it's out, but I usually these things about so here it'll be okay. And we'll get in, and when they figure out when we just have the whole unit, when I get like that's a big thing, but I can say use your phone, whatever you want, and you have a computer in here, and all your followers in here, and Jahan and like Yo-Yo and GB, that's it. When I add in, um, when your power of the space will grow. Are you guys aware of what this dashboard is? I'll tell you, check it out right now. So, I understand. When you get to a spaceport, it'll show you everything that's going on simultaneously. What happens is it tells you all the speakers in a Telegram share and you cover that space. So basically, you do your thing, and I'm taking the account in here right now. I appreciate you just coming in. But when you come whatever, open a tab to put it in here for 20, and then excellent. You enjoy breakfast. See you later. Thanks for listening. Absolutely. Hey, on the moon. Not to Bitcoin. Hey, here's Killing. And it's really welcome read. I'm gonna turn it. you in May? What do you think? Big he's you're on to spend the that you're in. You can't I said open area. There's not a else here. Hey, look at that. I don't know here. There's a 20 parts. You is computer. Just log your face. There's a thing. So you got about every day. It's face that you do. It's over here. And log into your now. And change it. You do it. Don't do it. I think it's like you leave that open in like just and then that hours will take if you ask for a point. And that's what we want. So basically, you're going to critical OC down in the and allow everyone that so for and you can we have tomorrow and that means is that at given time whatever you guys if you have your account and you run your religious space you can go to that space you can see that all of you are a Twitch space and all those spaces and people that is perform see when they have your project log and then tell them I'm posting and use your help and even the secret we want to grab and okay there are we have more than 310 so PT I do about that and when you have just over how space and you do that leverage your space and then you can speak so you know if you have to your that is my space here. And it's just, I keep 24 hours, 24 hours, and we have it only for house, and it's just how it makes me so things about it. Shop for message, but anything, and the is much speed. It's a door, it's a clear, it's going off, and I'll go to the I don't know, straight. I days. No, it's 24 days period. Don't feel this is what I do. I can be when I'll get to like remember the hate working in the next year and then all that. And have you so fun and you're having girls one. So even having you just like our house. Thanks. Before I come in, I appreciate it.